When the British Parliament received word of the colonial uprising in 1776, one frustrated nobleman summarized the American Revolution not as a political tax dispute, but as a religious war, specifically a Presbyterian rebellion. This was no exaggeration. The very fabric of the American experiment was woven on a Genevan loom. The history of American Presbyterianism is not merely a chronicle of a religious denomination. It is the story of a theological framework that functioned as the intellectual and structural scaffolding for the American experiment itself. From the rugged frontiers of the Allegheny Mountains to the polished halls of Princeton, this tradition infused the burgeoning nation with a specific vision of ordered liberty, representative governance, and the absolute sovereignty of God. To understand the Presbyterian journey is to observe how a rigorous, old-world orthodoxy adapted to the fluid, often chaotic landscape of a new world, ultimately shaping the political and educational institutions that define modern Western life. The genesis of this movement resides in the masterpiece of Protestant Calvin's Institutes of the Christian Religion. This seminal work, refined with the help of his successor, Theodore Beza, provided the scaffolding for a worldview predicated on a dual realization: the overwhelming majesty of God and the profound frailty of the human condition. At the of this system is the threefold office of Christ. Jesus serves as prophet and king. For early colonial pioneers like Richard Denton, this was no static doctrine. Church perceived its own ministry as a direct participation in the ongoing of the ascended Christ. The genesis of this movement resides in the of Protestant theology, John Calvin's Institutes of the Religion. This seminal work, refined with the help of his successor, Theodore Beza, provided the scaffolding for a worldview predicated on a dual realization: the overwhelming majesty of God and the profound frailty of the human condition. At the heart of this system is the threefold office of Jesus serves as priest and king. For early colonial pioneers like Richard Denton, this was no static doctrine. The church perceived its own as a direct participation in the work of the ascended Christ. This mirrors the tulip orthodoxy to resolve the fierce debates at the Synod of Dort. By viewing grace as the tradition instilled a resilient, disciplined character in its adherents would soon cross the Atlantic. The Genevan framework sought a middle ground. Influenced by John Knox's Scottish, it rejected the tyranny of a single bishop while fearing the popular passion of pure to achieve balance. The church recognized four offices. From the of Francis McCamey to the teaching of William Tennant, this model, the laity maintained a significant voice through their elected the Presbyterian genius, lay in its connectional system. This multi-tiered hierarchy congregations to remain local yet strictly accountable, a mechanism that proved vital during the Great Migration of the Scots-Irish into the American backcountry. Influenced by John Knox's Scottish Reformation, it rejected the tyranny of a single bishop while fearing the popular passion of pure democracy. To achieve balance, the church recognized four offices. From the preaching of Francis McCamey to the teaching of William Tennant, this model ensured the laity maintained a significant voice through their elected elders. The Presbyterian genius lay in its connectional system. This multi-tiered hierarchy allowed congregations to remain local, yet strictly accountable, a mechanism that proved vital during the Great Migration of the Scots-Irish into the American backcountry. Covenant theology shifted the focus from the individual to the community. Leaders like Samuel Davies emphasized that God's promises extended to the children, creating a covenant community that placed a high premium on transgenerational education. The ultimate standard was the written word of God. Adopting the standard set by the Westminster Assembly, the ultimate standard was the written word of God. Adopting the standards set by the Westminster Assembly, the tradition famously declared that the chief end of man is to glorify God and enjoy Him forever. The tradition famously declared that the chief end of man is to glorify God and enjoy Him forever. This rigorous representative structure, championed by signers like John Witherspoon, granted Presbyterians a disproportionate influence on the formation of modern democratic governance in the American work ethic. The layout of Scottish Presbyterianism was drafted by John Knox. A student of Calvin, Knox infused the movement with a revolutionary spirit, establishing the kirk as a national power that answered to God rather than a monarch. This created a radical precedent, a national church that sought total independence from the crown. For the Scots, the king was not the head of the church. Christ alone held that throne. This conviction was bloodily tested during the killing times. Scottish Covenanters were hunted and executed for refusing to acknowledge the king's religious supremacy. This era of state-sponsored violence ingrained a resistance to interference deep within the Presbyterian psyche. They viewed defiance of religious tyranny not as a choice, but as a sacred obligation. The journey to America began with a detour. King James I settled Scottish lowlanders in Ulster to create a loyal Protestant buffer, unaware that their spirit of independence would soon turn against the British system. While they flourished initially, the Ulster Scots soon encountered a suffocating environment. Rents soared and harvests failed, making physical survival in Ireland increasingly tenuous. The Test Acts legally barred Presbyterians from public office. Despite their loyalty to the crown, they were treated as second-class citizens, their church governance constantly undermined by the established Anglican Church. Between 1717 and 1775, these pressures pushed 200,000 Ulster Scots toward the colonies. At the movement's zenith, ships arrived in an unbroken line, discharging thousands who sought the American wilderness as a sanctuary. They bypassed the coastal cities and pushed into the backcountry. These rugged valleys became a Presbyterian stronghold, populated by a people who shared a unified language and a profound distrust of centralized authority. In the absence of formal civil structures, the local church session became the primary social nucleus. These bodies functioned as courts and record keepers, enforcing order where the arm of the government could not reach. While the Scots-Irish provided the Mass, the tradition was enriched by others. French Huguenots, Dutch Reformed settlers, and English Puritans like Alexander Whitaker and Richard Denton added their own streams to the movement. These disparate groups were unified by a shared commitment to Presbyterial standards. Together, they formed a resilient network that would soon seek a unified, indigenous organization on American soil. The transformation from scattered immigrant societies to a unified body was catalyzed by Francis McKemey. Often revered as the father of American Presbyterianism, this Irish-born, Glasgow-educated visionary recognized that the Reformed tradition required more than just shared theology to survive the New World. It demanded a formal structure capable of sustaining itself independent of European oversight. Previously, these congregations were isolated fragments. McKemey saw the need to unite them into a single organism. In 1706, McKemey orchestrated a monumental shift by convening 6 other ministers to establish the first indigenous presbytery in Philadelphia. This was a decisive act of ecclesiastical independence. Previously, colonial congregations were dependent on distant European bodies or bishops for the ordination of their clergy. By creating a local governing body, the American Church gained the legal and religious standing to grow its own leadership, ensuring that ministers were trained and vetted within the specific context of the American colonies. The resilience of this burgeoning organization was immediately tested by the state. In 1707, McKemey was arrested by Governor Lord Cornbury in New York for the crime of preaching without a royal license. While the governor sought to enforce Anglican supremacy, McKemey's sophisticated legal defense turned the trial into a referendum on religious liberty. His acquittal established a massive precedent. It championed the right of dissenters, those outside the state-sanctioned church, to worship and preach freely. This victory did more than protect a single preacher. It provided the legal oxygen necessary for non-Anglican denominations to flourish across the Middle Colonies. As the church expanded, growth necessitated the division of the original presbytery. By 1716, these 4 bodies merged to form the First American Synod. To maintain unity, the Synod passed the Adopting Act of 1729. This masterful compromise required subscription to the standards, yet introduced the scruple, allowing a minister to voice an objection to specific, non-essential articles. Crucially, during the 1729 Synod, the American Presbyterians formally denied that civil governments possessed any authority over the internal affairs of the church. This was a radical departure from the state church models prevalent in Europe. By asserting that the magistrate had no power over the pulpit, The denomination anticipated the American principle of the separation of church and state decades before the Bill of Rights. By the mid-18th century, the Presbyterian Church hit a breaking point. A fundamental tension emerged. Should the faith be defined by intellectual rigor and formal order, or by the emotional fire of personal experience? This tension exploded during the First Great Awakening. In 1741, the denomination fractured into two warring factions that would fundamentally alter the American religious landscape for nearly 2 decades. The old side were the traditionalists. They prioritized strict adherence to established church order and cultured education. They feared that the popular passion of the revivals would lead to nothing but theological chaos. The new side, led by figures like Gilbert Tennent, championed experimental piety. They argued that head knowledge was a dead orthodoxy if it wasn't ignited by a new birth, a personal experience of the Holy Spirit. The flashpoint of the conflict was the Log College. Established by William Tennent, this humble school was mocked by the old side elite for its lack of prestige and its rustic curriculum. Though mocked, the Log College became a spiritual forge. Its graduates became the primary engines of the awakening, carrying a hot gospel into the furthest reaches of the colonial frontier. In 1740, the conflict reached a boiling point. Gilbert Tennent delivered a blistering sermon comparing old side pastors to spiritually dead Pharisees. It was the match that lit the 17-year schism. This rhetoric empowered the people. Lay people began abandoning their cold, traditionalist pastors in favor of hot revivalists, forcing a choice between a comfortable routine and a radical encounter. The new side flourished during the split, growing from 22 to 72 ministers. This demonstrated that revivalism was the most effective tool for reaching a rapidly growing and mobile colonial population. Influential evangelists like George Whitefield provided a transatlantic endorsement. He proved to the skeptics that emotional, powerful preaching could coexist perfectly with rigorous Calvinist doctrine. By 1758, the two sides reunited. They concluded that both old side order and new side zeal were indispensable. This synthesis of burning hearts and trained minds became the new hallmark of the faith. This reconciliation led directly to the founding of the College of New Jersey, now known as Princeton. The Presbyterian Church positioned itself as the intellectual elite, ready to shape the moral and political foundations of the coming republic. By the mid-18th century, the Presbyterian movement transitioned from a religious body into a potent political force. In the colonies, the line between theological conviction and political theory was virtually non-existent. For the Presbyterian, the concept of liberty of conscience was a direct byproduct of the sovereignty of God. This worldview fundamentally clashed with the divine right of kings, setting the stage for what many in the British Parliament would derisively label the Presbyterian Rebellion. The intellectual foundation for the American Revolution was, in many ways, an extension of the Scottish National Covenant. They rejected the ancient concept of Rex Lex, the king is law. They held instead to the Lex Rex principle, the law is king. They believed that any ruler who violated the covenant with the people lost their legitimate authority. In the decade leading up to 1776, Presbyterian pulpits functioned as the primary media for revolutionary thought. Ministers preached that submitting to tyranny was a sin against the Creator. Consequently, the British government labeled them the Black Regiment, clergy more dangerous than the militias. To the British, these men in black robes were the true masterminds of the colonial resistance. The pivotal figure in this era was John Witherspoon. As the only active clergyman to sign the Declaration of Independence, he bridged the gap between philosophy and theology. He taught a generation of leaders, including James Madison, that human nature is fundamentally depraved or flawed. He taught that because man is flawed, government must be structured to prevent the concentration of power. The very structure of the United States government reflects a Presbyterian blueprint. Just as the church was governed by elected elders rather than a monarch, the republic was designed as a representative democracy. This served as a functional model for the division of power between the states and the federal government. The distrust of centralized authority led to the creation of 3 branches, mirroring the distinct offices within the church. The zeal for independence was most visceral in the Scots-Irish backcountry. In May 1775, they reportedly drafted their own Declaration of Independence more than a year before Philadelphia. While the record is debated, it symbolizes the unyielding temper of the frontier Presbyterians. King George III reportedly complained, "I have lost half of my American empire to a Presbyterian deacon." Through this synthesis of faith and freedom, they provided the intellectual and moral framework for the Republic itself. By 1783, the Presbyterian Rebellion had won. Through the synthesis of faith and freedom championed by leaders like John Witherspoon, this tradition had provided the essential intellectual and moral blueprint for the new republic. But winning independence was only the beginning. The Genevan loom was now faced with an entirely new challenge: how to build, lead, and, crucially, hold together a vast and diverse new nation in the face of deep, looming divisions. Don't miss the next defining chapter. Our story is to be continued. Join us tomorrow on Theology Today as we advance from the battlefield into the heart of the 19th and 20th centuries. We will explore how Presbyterianism navigated the Second Great Awakening, the visceral pain of the Civil War, and the Great Schism of 1861, and the fundamental fight for orthodoxy against modernism that still shapes the faith today. Join us. Hit that subscribe button, ring the notification bell, and leave a comment below. What event do you think most defines modern American Presbyterianism? We are Theology Today, and we will see you tomorrow. The Church faced the monumental task of following the American population as it surged over the Appalachian Mountains following the Revolution. The Second Great Awakening era forced the denomination to adapt its rigorous standards to the chaotic, unrefined reality of the American frontier. Leaders like Archibald Alexander observed as the Church struggled to maintain its sophisticated Old World tradition in these new territories, recognizing that they were competing for the souls of the frontier with the more agile Methodists and Baptists. The Presbyterians, led by figures like Timothy Dwight and Jonathan Edwards Jr., entered into the 1801 Plan of Union with the Congregationalists of New England. This was a pragmatic, cooperative agreement designed to eliminate competition on the frontier. Under this plan, a single congregation could have a Presbyterian pastor but follow Congregationalist rules, or vice versa. While successful in planting hundreds of churches in the burned-over district of New York and the Ohio Valley, this alliance introduced a theological contagion that would eventually lead to internal strife. The New Englanders, following the lead of Samuel Hopkins and Nathaniel William Taylor, brought with them a more liberal, new divinity. This was a theology that many traditional Presbyterians viewed as a watering down of the Westminster Standards. The frontier experience reached a fever pitch at the Cane Ridge Revival of 1801 in Kentucky. This sacramental season, led by Barton W. Stone, saw tens of thousands gather for multi-day communion services. The meetings were marked by extreme emotional outbursts, shouting, falling, and the jerks. Preachers like James McGrady had paved the way for this second awakening, which created a rift in the Presbyterian approach to evangelism. Figures like Charles Grandison Finney introduced new measures, calculated techniques designed to provoke emotional conversions. Most famously, Finney utilized the anxious bench. While these methods were effective in numbers, they sparked a fierce debate over the integrity of the means among critics like Asahel Nettleton. Traditionalists argued that revival was a sovereign gift from God that could not be manufactured by human psychological pressure. The demand for ministers on the frontier was so high that the Cumberland Presbytery began ordaining men who lacked formal classical education. These men, including Finis Ewing, objected to the doctrine of predestination. When the higher church courts attempted to dissolve the presbytery for these irregularities, the local leaders refused to submit. This led to the 1810 formation of the Cumberland Presbyterian Church, representing the first major indigenous schism based on the tension between academic standards and evangelical necessity. By the 1830s, American Presbyterianism had become a mighty sprawling house divided. The denomination was caught between the old school, led by Charles Hodge, and the new school, represented by Albert Barnes, as the nation drifted toward the crisis of slavery. The mid-19th century was the Gilded Age of institutional fracturing for American Presbyterianism. The theological and cultural tensions that had been simmering since the 1801 Plan of Union, simmering under the weight of westward expansion and revivalist heat, finally reached a cataclysmic breaking point in 1837. This was no mere procedural dispute or clash of personalities. It was a fundamental existential disagreement over the identity of the church. At its core, the conflict questioned whether the Presbyterian Church should be a closed, confessional body dedicated to the preservation of ancient orthodoxy, or a fluid, activist engine for the moral transformation of a rapidly modernizing and morally conflicted republic. The denomination eventually fractured into two distinct bodies, both claiming the title of the Presbyterian Church in the USA, yet operating as separate universes. The old school found its intellectual fortress at Princeton Theological Seminary. Led by titans such as Charles Hodge, the old school championed a high church Presbyterianism. Their theology was defined by strict, literal subscription to the Westminster Standards. They viewed the 1801 Plan of Union not as a pragmatic success, but as a theological contagion and an illegal dilution of Presbyterian identity. To Charles Hodge and his colleagues, the new measures of the frontier were a dangerous form of man-centered enthusiasm that threatened to replace the sovereignty of God with psychological manipulation. The old school believed the church was a spiritual body. Its duty was to guard the pulpit and the sacraments, remaining aloof from the secular tides of social engineering and political activism. The new school, by contrast, was the ecclesiastical face of the Second Great Awakening. Centered in New York in the burned-over district, this faction was ecumenical, optimistic, and deeply activist. Led by thinkers like Albert Barnes, they viewed the Westminster Standards as a living document rather than a rigid cage. They embraced interdenominational cooperation through the Plan of Union and were the primary architects of the Benevolent Empire, a massive network of voluntary societies dedicated to temperance, mission work, and education. Figures like Lyman Beecher argued that for the new school, a new birth experience was the prerequisite for church membership, and they believed that a truly converted person was naturally compelled to reform the society around them. As the national horizon darkened toward civil war, the slavery question became the ultimate solvent, dissolving the remaining bonds of connectional unity. The debate was not merely political, it was a crisis of hermeneutics, how one interpreted the Bible. The old school, particularly in the South, developed the doctrine of the spirituality of the church. Under the leadership of James Henley Thornwell, this was a defensive theological posture, which argued that because the Bible recognized the existence of slavery without explicitly commanding its abolition, the church had no mandate to pronounce it a sin. They argued that the church's jurisdiction was limited to the salvation of souls, and meddling in the civil property rights of the South was a violation of ecclesiastical limits. This allowed many traditionalists to remain neutral or supportive of the status quo while maintaining a clear conscience. The new school, however, became the primary vehicle for abolitionist sentiment within the denomination. Influential leaders argued that the spirit of the gospel demanded the end of human bondage, regardless of the letter of specific ancient texts. By 1857, the new school had already split along north-south lines over this issue. The final blow for the old school came in May 1861, just weeks after the shelling of Fort Sumter. These resolutions required all Presbyterians to pledge their absolute loyalty to the federal government in Washington. For Southern Presbyterians, this was the end of the road. They viewed the resolutions as a usurpation of the conscience and a betrayal of the church's neutrality. In December 1861, delegates met in Augusta, Georgia, to form the Presbyterian Church in the Confederate States of America. This resulted in a total four-way fracture. The Genevan loom had been torn asunder. It would take over a century to reunite, but the theological scars, the tension between purity of doctrine and social justice, remain today. The aftermath of the Civil War brought a deceptive calm to the Presbyterian landscape. In 1869, the Northern Old School and New School factions performed a reunion of 1869, a merger driven by a pragmatic desire to address the social upheaval of a reunifying nation and the spiritual needs of a rapidly industrializing society. However, this peace was fragile. While the church had repaired its institutional fractures, it was about to encounter an intellectual seismic shift that would prove far more corrosive to its unity than the political questions of the previous century. As the Gilded Age dawned, the Presbyterian tradition was forced to define the limits of academic freedom against the rising tide of modernism. By the late 19th century, the Genevan loom was being challenged by two revolutionary forces from Europe: Darwinian evolution and higher criticism of the Bible. Higher criticism, primarily emerging from German universities, treated the Bible not as a divinely dictated oracle, but as a historical artifact subject to the same linguistic and archaeological scrutiny as any other ancient text. This academic movement sought to peel back the layers of tradition, questioning the historical accuracy of miracles and the traditional authorship of biblical books. Simultaneously, the Darwinian Revolution forced Presbyterian theologians to decide if the Westminster doctrine of creation could coexist with a biological process of natural selection. The flashpoint for this crisis occurred at Union Theological Seminary in New York, which had become the epicenter of progressive Presbyterian thought. In 1891, Charles Augustus Briggs, a brilliant but abrasive professor of Hebrew and cognate languages, delivered an inaugural address titled The Authority of Holy Scripture. In it, Charles Augustus Briggs utilized historical critical methods to argue that the Bible was not a legalistic document of absolute inerrancy. He famously questioned the Mosaic authorship of the Pentateuch, asserted that Isaiah had multiple authors, and claimed that human reason and the church were valid sources of divine authority alongside Scripture. The response from the traditionalist wing of the church was swift and severe. In 1893, the General Assembly formally suspended Charles Augustus Briggs from the ministry. The trial was a cultural sensation, pitting the old guard defenders of biblical inerrancy against the new guard of academic progressives. While the suspension marked a temporary victory for traditionalist control, it carried a heavy cost. Union Seminary, refusing to bow to the Assembly's verdict, eventually severed its official ties with the Presbyterian Church to become an independent institution. This signaled a growing, dangerous divide between the church's elite academic engines and its confessional standards. In a desperate attempt to stabilize the shifting theological ground, the conservative wing, anchored by the old Princeton theology, convinced the General Assemblies to act. In 1910, 1916, and 1923, they identified 5 essential and necessary doctrines. These 5 fundamentals were intended to serve as a defensive wall around the faith: the inerrancy of Scripture, the virgin birth of Christ, substitutionary atonement, the bodily resurrection, and the reality of Christ's miracles. This effort to mandate orthodoxy backfired spectacularly. In 1924, a group of liberal and moderate ministers, including leaders like Robert Hastings Nichols, issued the Auburn Affirmation. Signed by over 1,200 ministers, the document was a masterpiece of ecclesiastical diplomacy. It did not necessarily deny the 5 fundamentals, but it argued that they were merely theories or interpretations of the Bible. Crucially, the affirmation insisted that these doctrines should not be used as mandatory tests for ordination. The Auburn Affirmation was the turning point. It signaled that the broad church party, those who valued institutional unity and academic freedom over strict confessional subscription, had gained enough influence. They were now ready to challenge the traditionalist hegemony. By the mid-1920s, the battle lines were drawn for what would become the final, massive reorganization of the 20th century. The Presbyterian Church was moving away from its role as a confessional body toward becoming a comprehensive body. This set the stage for the J. Gresham Machen exit and the birth of modern American denominationalism. The early 20th century witnessed the final dramatic collapse of the 19th century broad church consensus. As the dust settled from the Briggs trial and the Auburn Affirmation, the Presbyterian Church was no longer a unified house, it was a battlefield. At the center of this storm stood J. Gresham Machen, a world-class New Testament scholar at Princeton Theological Seminary, whose intellectual rigor and uncompromising stance would ultimately redefine the American denominational map. Machen was not a fundamentalist in the anti-intellectual sense often portrayed in popular media. He was a product of the finest European and American education, yet he became the champion of the confessionalist wing. In 1923, he published his landmark work, Christianity and Liberalism. This was not a mere critique, it was a total declaration of war. Machen argued that liberalism, with its focus on the social gospel, the denial of the virgin birth, and the rejection of a literal atonement, was not a variant of Christianity. Rather, he asserted it was an entirely different religion that utilized Christian vocabulary while gutting its supernatural heart. To J. Gresham Machen, the modernist attempt to make the faith palatable to the scientific age was actually the destruction of the faith itself. The conflict moved from the classroom to the administrative halls when Machen challenged the church's missions, specifically the leadership of figures like Robert E. Speer. He discovered that the denominational mission boards were supporting workers who openly denied the necessity of the gospel for salvation, favoring social work over evangelism. When the General Assembly refused to reform the board, Machen took the radical step of forming the Independent Board for Presbyterian Foreign Missions. The denomination responded by putting J. Gresham Machen on trial for insubordination. Stripped of his credentials, Machen led a small but high-powered group of scholars and ministers, including the apologist Cornelius Van Til, out of the main body in 1936 to form what would become the Orthodox Presbyterian Church, OPC. Though the OPC remained numerically small, its influence was massive. It served as the theological conscience of the Reformed world, anchoring itself in the Westminster Standards without the scruples or compromises of the previous century. Even within the dissident movement, unity proved elusive. In 1938, only 2 years after the OPC's founding, a further split occurred, led by the fiery and militant Carl McIntyre. This group, forming the Bible Presbyterian Church, criticized Machen for being too moderate regarding social habits and for not being militant enough. This began a pattern of separatism within the conservative wing. While the Northern Church was battling over Machen, the Southern Church, the PCUS, was facing its own internal crisis. By the early 1970s, conservative elements in the South, led by laymen like Ken Keyes, grew alarmed by the looming merger with the more liberal Northern Church and the perceived drift towards secular political agendas. In December 1973, delegates led by Morton H. Smith met at Briarwood Presbyterian Church in Birmingham, Alabama, to form the Presbyterian Church in America, PCA. Their goal was a reformed yet evangelistic identity. The PCA grew with explosive speed, attracting thousands of congregations that felt the main line had abandoned the authority of Scripture. As the conservative wings were exiting, the northern and southern streams finally achieved their long-sought goal of reunion in 1983, forming the Presbyterian Church, USA, steered by leaders like Eugene Carson Blake. This mainline body sought to be a big tent. However, the theological basis was no longer the strict Westminster Standards, having adopted the Confession of 1967. This document shifted the focus from doctrinal precision to social reconciliation, approving the ordination of women and navigating debates over human sexuality. This approach maintained a massive institutional presence, but has also faced significant statistical decline as more conservative exit denominations like the EPC, championed by Andrew Jumper, and more recently ECO, were formed. The history of Presbyterianism in America is a testament to the power of a disciplined mind coupled with a covenanted heart. Presbyterianism provided the United States with its representative structures and its educational rigor through institutions like Princeton and Davidson. Whether in the mainline or conservative streams, the Presbyterian experiment continues to find that elusive balance between an unchanging God and a modern republic. How does the concept of a representative church structure influence your understanding of modern democracy? Does the covenant community change the way you view faith? Next week, we shift our focus to the shores of New Amsterdam to explore the unique progression of the Dutch Reformed tradition in America. If you found this deep dive into the Presbyterian Rebellion and its modern legacy valuable, please subscribe to Theology Today. Ring the bell so you never miss an episode. Imagine a group of 17th century dissenters huddled in a cold London cellar or an Amsterdam warehouse, performing an act so radical it was considered both a theological heresy and a political crime: the baptism of a conscious adult. In an age where your religion was determined by your monarch and your citizenship was tied to your infant christening, these Baptists were not just changing a ritual, they were declaring an insurrection of the soul. They dared to suggest that the king had no business in the conscience, and that a true church was not a building or a national boundary, but a voluntary gathering of the redeemed. This spark of defiance traveled across the Atlantic, finding a jagged and fertile home in the American colonies. It is a story of extreme contradictions, a movement that birthed the American concept of religious liberty while simultaneously fracturing over the moral crisis of slavery. A tradition that champions the absolute autonomy of the local church while building some of the largest global missionary machines in history. To trace the progression of Baptist denominations in America is to witness the architectural drafting of the American religious mind. A relentless, often messy pursuit of a faith that is personal, uncoerced, and perpetually reforming. The Baptist tradition in America is not a monolithic entity, but rather a complex, living tapestry woven from threads of radical dissent, theological rigor, and a relentless pursuit of soul liberty. To understand the modern landscape of Baptist denominations is to look back at a movement that catalyzed through centuries of tension, emerging from the shadow of the Protestant Reformation and the specific pressures of English religious nonconformity. This identity was never merely about the mode of a ritual. It was a fundamental reimagining of the relationship between the individual, the church, and the state. In the American context, this progression was marked by a series of transformative ruptures and consolidations. What began as a scattered collection of dissenters in the 17th century evolved into a dominant cultural force by the 19th, only to be fractured by the same systemic sins, most notably slavery, that divided the nation. The Baptist story is thus a narrative of expansion through diversification, where deep-seated convictions regarding the local church's autonomy and the priesthood of all believers provided both the fuel for explosive growth and the mechanism for perpetual schism. By examining the historical progression from English roots to the contemporary regional and theological realignments, one uncovers a tradition that has consistently prioritized the individual conscience over ecclesiastical hierarchy, forever altering the American religious and political landscape. The genesis of the Baptist movement is inextricably linked to the seismic shifts of the Protestant Reformation. In the early 17th century, the European religious landscape remained in a state of volatile transition. While the initial reformers had successfully challenged Roman Catholic hegemony, a new generation of dissenters felt the English Reformation had remained incomplete, stalled by a Church of England that retained too many popish vestiges and a stifling proximity to monarchical power. Early Baptist pioneers did not merely seek minor liturgical adjustments. They sought a restoration of the primitive church as they perceived it in the New Testament. This was an era of profound doctrinal confusion, yet it served as the fertile soil for a distinct theological emphasis: the conviction that the church should be composed exclusively of voluntary regenerated believers. By insisting on believers' baptism, these early figures effectively dismantled the medieval synthesis of church and society, arguing that faith could never be inherited or coerced by the state, but must be personally confessed. The formal crystallization of Baptist practice is often traced to 1609 and the radical actions of John Smith. A former minister in the Church of England, Smith's journey toward dissent was driven by an increasing dissatisfaction with the state church model. To Smith, if the Church of England was a false church, then its baptisms, specifically infant baptisms, were invalid. In an act that shocked his contemporaries and redefined ecclesiastical boundaries, Smith rebaptized himself and then his followers in Amsterdam. This sea baptism was not a gesture of vanity, but a theological necessity born of the belief that a true church must be founded upon a new covenant of conscious faith. By rejecting the baptism of infants, Smith and his small congregation in Holland were asserting that the church is a gathered body of the saints, governed not by a distant bishop, but by the local congregation under the direct kingship of Christ. While Smith provided the initial spark, Thomas Helwys became the architect of the movement's most enduring political legacy, the defense of universal religious toleration. Helwys's theological development was forged in the heat of controversy. After Smith moved toward Waterlander Mennonite views, Helwys broke away, leading a small group back to English soil in 1612 to establish the First Baptist congregation in London. Helwys's seminal work, A Short Declaration of the Mystery of Iniquity, 1612, represented a revolutionary leap in political theology. He argued that the king's authority was strictly civil and that no earthly ruler had the right to judge the souls of men. Crucially, Helwys did not just demand liberty for his own kind, he insisted that the state must allow heretics, Turks, or Jews to follow their consciences. This uncompromising stance led to his imprisonment and likely his death in Newgate Prison, but it established the liberty of conscience as a non-negotiable Baptist distinctive. In contrast, the particular Baptists emerged slightly later, grounded in a robust Calvinism that sought to align Baptist practice with the theological depth of the Westminster tradition. They maintained that Christ's death was intended for a particular group, the elect, and that God's sovereign grace was the sole factor in salvation. While General Baptists initially had a head start, the particular Baptists would eventually exert a much more profound influence on the long-term belief structures of the denomination. The definitive codification of this theology is found in the Second London Baptist Confession. It was only after the Act of Toleration in 1689 that messengers from over 100 congregations met to formally subscribe to and publish the work. By identifying it as the 1689 Confession, Baptists were not just adopting a creed, they were announcing their legal right to exist and their commitment to a Lord of the conscience who stood above any earthly king. This landmark document provided the theological backbone for the Philadelphia Association and eventually the conservative core of American Baptist life. Despite their sharp disagreements over predestination, both branches of the movement were united by a shared theological axiom: the absolute kingship of Jesus Christ over his church. This was not a mere abstract concept. It had practical, radical implications for church life. If Christ was the king, then every believer who identified with him through baptism shared in his roles as prophet, priest, and king. Every member was empowered and bound to bear public testimony to the truth. No human mediator was required. Each believer enjoyed direct access to God. The power of the church resided in the local body of believers, who were collectively responsible for governance and discipline. This egalitarian spirit allowed the Baptist movement to survive and even thrive during the intense persecutions following the restoration of the British monarchy in 1660. By the time the Act of Toleration was passed in 1689, Baptists had not only worked out their theology, but had also demonstrated a resilience that would soon be tested in the vast frontiers of the American colonies. The transfer of Baptist identity to America was not a simple relocation. It was an acceleration of the diversification that began in England. Early colonial Baptists mirrored the divisions of their motherland. New England was largely home to General Baptists, while the Mid-Atlantic region saw a higher concentration of particular Calvinist Baptists. However, the American experience added a new dimension to the Baptist struggle: the frontier. The seemingly limitless space of the New World offered an escape from the rigid past and fostered a united front against the religious establishments of the colonies. In the New World, being a Baptist became less about fine-tuning one's view of the atonement and more about an active, often dangerous resistance to state-mandated religion. This environment set the stage for the emergence of leaders who would take the English seeds of religious liberty and plant them in the very foundation of a new nation. The transition of Baptist ideals from the relative confinement of English descent to the expansive potential of the American colonies found its most radical expression in the life and labors of Roger Williams. Williams was not merely a pioneer. He was a theological provocateur whose vision for the relationship between the sacred and the secular predated the Enlightenment by a century. His contribution to the American experiment was grounded in the conviction that for faith to be authentic, it must be entirely uncoerced by the machinery of the state. Following his 1635 banishment from the Massachusetts Bay Colony for articulating new and dangerous opinions regarding the limits of civil authority, Williams sought sanctuary among the Narragansett people, an Algonquian-speaking sovereign nation whose hospitality proved essential to his survival. In a move that challenged the very legality of European colonialism, Williams rejected the claim of the English crown to indigenous soil, instead recognizing the inherent rights of the Narragansett by formally purchasing the land at the head of the bay. There he established a frontier sanctuary he named Providence, which would serve as the foundational seed for the colony of Rhode Island. It was within this unique civil framework in 1639 that he assisted in organizing the First Baptist Church in America. Although Williams's personal tenure in the congregation lasted only months, as he transitioned into a seeker, convinced that the true primitive church had yet to be fully restored. The seismic impact of this first gathered body established a permanent blueprint for a faith entirely divorced from state coercion. Under his leadership, the fledgling colony of Rhode Island became a sanctuary for those the rest of the world deemed heretics. Williams did not merely tolerate diversity, he structured the social infrastructure of the colony around the radical principle that God requireth not an uniformity of religion. This was not a sign of theological indifference. Williams remained a staunch, reformed separatist, but rather a recognition that civil power has no legitimate authority over the human soul. This lively experiment proved that a stable society could exist without a state-mandated church, a concept that would eventually move from the rogue colony of Rhode Island to the very heart of the American Constitution. While in London in 1644 to secure a parliamentary charter for his colony, Williams published his most influential work, The Bloody Tenet of Persecution. In this treatise, he argued that the New Testament had fundamentally altered the judicial laws of Israel. To Williams, the ancient kingdom of Israel was a temporary type that was fulfilled in the spiritual kingdom of Christ. Therefore, no modern nation could claim to be a new Israel entitled to enforce religious orthodoxy through the sword. This wall of separation, a metaphor Williams coined long before Thomas Jefferson, was intended to protect the garden of the church from the wilderness of the world. By ensuring that Jews, Quakers, and even those with no faith at all could live as full citizens, Williams established Rhode Island as a laboratory for soul freedom. The principles established by Williams found new champions during the crucible of the American Revolution. Isaac Backus emerged as the preeminent Baptist voice of the late 18th century, linking the struggle for political independence with the struggle for religious disestablishment. Backus argued that state-enforced religion was not only a violation of the soul, but the greatest form of tyranny known to man, inevitably leading to corruption and the spread of infidelity. Following in his footsteps, John Leland took the Baptist message to Virginia, where he labored for 15 years. Leland was a vibrant, bold preacher who believed that the state's only duty regarding religion was to leave it alone. His tireless advocacy was instrumental in the passage of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom and served as a vital influence on the eventual drafting of the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. The Baptist trajectory in America began as a radical, persecuted movement, but through its persistent commitment to religious disestablishment, it became the largest Protestant denomination in the nation. This trajectory was defined not by uniformity, but by perpetual reform and diversification. Yet this rapid growth also embedded internal contradictions. The same convictions regarding local church autonomy and individual conscience that fueled the movement would be tested to the breaking point by the defining moral crisis of the nation: slavery. To understand the modern landscape of Baptist denominations is to look back at a movement catalyzed through centuries of tension, prioritizing the individual conscience over ecclesiastical hierarchy, and forever altering the American religious and political landscape. At the dawn of the 1700s, the Baptist presence in America was marginal, consisting of roughly 24 scattered churches with fewer than 900 members. However, by the end of the century, they had transformed into the largest denomination in the country. This explosive growth was fueled by the First Great Awakening, a series of religious revivals that fundamentally reshaped Baptist identity and outreach. The revivals of the 1740s challenged the spiritual lethargy that many complained had characterized colonial religion. While not initiated by Baptists, the movement became its chief beneficiary by prioritizing personal, heartfelt conversion over formal ritual. This shift replaced bitter quarrels over trifles with a renewed vigor for evangelism and a commitment to planting new churches in the expanding frontier. The awakening also introduced new divisions within the movement. Regular Baptists, these were the original core, predominantly Calvinistic and centered in the Mid-Atlantic region. Initially, they were wary of the excesses and emotional evangelistic practices of the revival. Separate Baptists, this group emerged from New England Congregationalists who embraced both the revival spirit and adult baptism. They were more spontaneous and often at odds with the more structured regular Baptists. Eventually, particularly in the South, these two streams would merge, creating a potent evangelical style that combined Reformed theology with revivalist zeal. As the movement grew, the need for cooperation became apparent. The Philadelphia Baptist Association, formed in 1707, became the most significant organizational body for early American Baptists. In 1742, it adopted a confession of faith that solidified a moderate Calvinism as the denominational standard. This association provided a framework for church planting, education, including the founding of a Baptist college in 1764, and a unified voice in the struggle for religious liberty. The expansion of the American frontier acted as an accelerator for Baptist growth. In an environment characterized by social fluidity and a rejection of old world hierarchies, the Baptist emphasis on the local church's autonomy and the kingship of all believers held immense appeal. By 1790, the movement had grown to nearly 1,000 churches and 67,000 members, organized into 42 associations. The Baptists were no longer a small sect of dissenters. They were becoming the dominant religious force of a new nation. The turn of the 19th century introduced a period of unprecedented momentum that transitioned the Baptist movement from a collection of loosely affiliated churches into a structured national force. This era was defined by the Second Great Awakening, a wave of religious fervor that traded the intellectualism of previous eras for a populist, experiential faith that resonated deeply with a young nation pushing westward. The camp meeting phenomenon became the primary vehicle for this expansion. In rural outposts like Cane Ridge, Kentucky, tens of thousands gathered for multi-day open-air services. These events bypassed traditional church structures, emphasizing a direct, emotional encounter with the divine. For Baptists, this environment was ideal. Their lack of a rigid hierarchy and their reliance on bivocational farmer preachers allowed them to move as fast as the frontier itself. By 1812, the number of Baptists in the U.S. climbed to nearly 200,000, with a significant concentration in the southern and western states. Despite their fierce commitment to local church autonomy, a principle often held as high as biblical authority, Baptists recognized that global and national goals required collective action. The catalyst for this shift was the burgeoning interest in foreign missions. In 1814, delegates met in Philadelphia to form the General Missionary Convention, commonly known as the Triennial Convention because it convened every 3 years. This was a landmark moment. For the first time, American Baptists had a national platform. This body did not just fund missionaries, it created a sense of denominational consciousness that transcended state lines. However, this newfound unity was fragile. While the Triennial Convention focused on overseas work, the formation of the American Baptist Home Mission Society in 1832 began to reveal regional friction, as Southern members felt that resources were being funneled primarily toward Northern expansion. As the mainstream Baptist body moved toward institutionalization, several reactionary movements emerged. These groups were not looking for progress. They were looking for restoration, seeking to strip away what they saw as modern, human-made corruptions of the New Testament model. The primitive or old-school Baptist movement arose as a direct protest against the rise of missionary societies and Sunday schools. Grounded in a strict Calvinism, they argued that if God intended to save the elect, he did not need human-made societies or boards to do so. They rejected formal organization, favoring a simple, unadorned worship style characterized by a cappella singing and the practice of foot washing. Simultaneously, a movement known as landmarkism began to stir within the Southern Baptist ranks. Led by figures like J.R. Graves, landmarkers asserted that Baptist churches were not Protestant because they had never been part of the Catholic Church to begin with. Instead, they claimed an unbroken succession of local Baptist-like churches dating back to the time of John the Baptist. This high church Baptist view had significant practical consequences. A closed communion. Only members of a local Baptist church could partake in the Lord's Supper. A rejection of alien immersion. They refused to recognize baptisms performed by any non-Baptist minister. Ecclesiological isolation. They viewed other Christian denominations not as churches, but as mere religious societies. The most defining and devastating rupture in Baptist history occurred not over theology, but over the systemic institution of slavery. This conflict did more than split a denomination. It provided a religious parallel to the political fracturing of the Union. For decades, Baptists had attempted to maintain a neutral, non-interference policy regarding slavery to preserve denominational unity. However, by the 1840s, Northern Baptists increasingly labeled slavery a sin and moved to bar slaveholders from serving as missionaries. The breaking point came in 1845 when the Home Missions Board officially refused to appoint a slaveholder from Georgia. In response, Southern delegates met in Augusta, Georgia, to form the Southern Baptist Convention. While the SBC framed its departure as a defense of constitutional rights and the autonomy of local churches to choose their own leaders, the underlying motivation was the preservation of a social order that included chattel slavery. This split proved permanent. Unlike Methodists and Presbyterians who eventually reunited, Northern and Southern Baptists have remained separate for nearly 2 centuries. Perhaps the most significant development of the post-war era was the massive exodus of Black Baptists from white-controlled churches. During the era of slavery, Black members were often forced to attend white-pastored churches in a subordinate capacity. Following the Emancipation Proclamation, they moved rapidly to establish their own autonomous congregations. The Baptist model was uniquely suited to this moment. The congregational structure allowed for immediate self-governance and personal expression that was unavailable in more hierarchical denominations. The Black church became a training forum for community leaders, providing a space for social and political organization during the Reconstruction era. These local efforts eventually culminated in the 1895 founding of the National Baptist Convention, which became the primary organizational home for Black Baptists in America. By the late 19th century, the two white Baptist bodies were moving in opposite directions. Northern Baptists, later known as American Baptists, began to focus on the challenges of an industrializing society, grappling with European immigration and the emerging social gospel. Meanwhile, the Southern Baptist Convention consolidated its identity around a redemptive vision of the South, viewing their region as a bastion of conservative, literalist faith that would eventually redeem the nation. As the 20th century dawned, the Baptist landscape encountered an intellectual upheaval that threatened to dismantle the theological consensus of the previous century. This period was characterized by the fundamentalist modernist controversy, a struggle to define how ancient faith should interact with the emerging scientific and social realities of the modern world. Influenced by European higher criticism of the Bible and Darwinian evolution, many Baptist seminaries and urban pulpits, particularly in the North, began to embrace modernism. This movement sought to adapt Christian teaching to contemporary culture, often downplaying traditional doctrines like the virgin birth or the substitutionary atonement. For these thinkers, the reason of the faith shifted from individual salvation from hell to the collective salvation of society from poverty and injustice, focusing on a social gospel of systemic reform and ethical living. In response, a militant conservative movement emerged to defend the fundamentals of the faith. These fundamentalists viewed modernism not as an evolution of Christianity, but as a different religion entirely. The friction was most intense within the Northern Baptist Convention. Leaders like William Bell Riley argued that the denomination's institutional machinery had been captured by liberals who were abandoning the authority of Scripture. The struggle resulted in significant structural fragmentation. The General Association of Regular Baptist Churches, formed in 1932 by those who left the NBC, and the Conservative Baptist Association, established in 1947 as another exit ramp for those dissatisfied with the perceived drift of the Northern mainstream. While Northern Baptists were fracturing, Southern Baptists were consolidating. The SBC largely avoided the initial brunt of the modernist controversy due to its cultural isolation and regional homogeneity. In 1925, the SBC took 2 monumental steps to secure its future. The Baptist Faith and Message was the convention's first formal national confession of faith, designed to provide a fence against theological deviance. The cooperative program was a revolutionary financial mechanism that centralized funding for missions and education. This how of institutional success allowed the SBC to transition from a loose collection of churches into a highly efficient global missionary juggernaut. By the mid-20th century, the Southern Baptist Convention had become the dominant Protestant force in America, having built an institutional structure that could sustain its redemptive vision for the nation and the world. The post-World War II era saw the Baptist movement reach its zenith of cultural influence in America. This was the age of the big church, characterized by suburban expansion and a high degree of organizational sophistication. No longer confined to the Cotton Belt, the Southern Baptist Convention began a deliberate northern expansion, planting churches in every state. By the 1960s, the SBC had surpassed the Methodist Church to become the largest Protestant denomination in the United States. This growth was driven by a relentless focus on Sunday school growth and a corporate approach to church management that turned local pastors into CEOs of sprawling religious enterprises. Meanwhile, the Northern Baptist Convention renamed itself the American Baptist Churches USA, ABUSA, in 1972. The ABCUSA leaned into its role as a diverse ecumenical body. It became a theological laboratory for social justice, playing a pivotal role in the civil rights movement, most notably through its support of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., an American Baptist minister who applied the Baptist distinctive of soul liberty to the struggle for racial equality. Outside the major conventions, the independent Baptist movement exploded. Propelled by the popularity of electronic preachers and massive bus ministries, these churches rejected all denominational ties, viewing even the SBC as too bureaucratic or compromising. Figures like Jerry Falwell transformed the independent Baptist identity from a quiet separatism into a potent political force, eventually birthing the moral majority, signaling the entry of Baptists into the heart of the culture wars. The final decades of the 20th century witnessed a conservative resurgence, or fundamentalist takeover, depending on one's perspective, that fundamentally altered the trajectory of the Southern Baptist Convention. Beginning in 1979, a well-organized group of conservatives launched a decade-long campaign to seize control of the SBC's leadership in seminaries. The central outworking of this movement was the use of the convention's democratic voting process to ensure that only those who held to biblical inerrancy were appointed to key positions. This was the belief that the Bible is without error in matters of history and science, as well as faith. This shift led to a secondary fracture. Thousands of moderate Southern Baptists, who felt the movement had become too narrow and political, exited to form new organizations. The Cooperative Baptist Fellowship, a network focused on local church autonomy, global missions, and a more inclusive approach to leadership, including the ordination of women, and the Alliance of Baptists, a smaller, more progressive body that emphasized social justice and ecumenical partnerships. Today, the Baptist label covers a vast and often contradictory spectrum, from the staunchly conservative SBC to the progressive ABCUSA, and from the vibrant, justice-oriented National Baptist Conventions to the fiercely autonomous independent movements. The tradition remains as fragmented as it is fertile. In the 21st century, Baptists face new challenges. Like all American denominations, Baptists are seeing a rise in the nones, those who claim no religious affiliation. Modern Baptist bodies are increasingly forced to reckon with their historical legacies regarding race and gender, leading to new internal tensions and opportunities for reconciliation. The historical progression of Baptist denominations in America reveals a movement that thrives on the tension between the individual and the institution. By prioritizing the soul's competency before God, Baptists created a mechanism that ensures both constant renewal and perpetual division. Their story is a reflection of the American story, a restless, diverse, and deeply principled pursuit of a kingdom that is not of this world, yet very much at home in the American soil. The historical progression of Baptist denominations in America is a testament to the power of a decentralized, conscience-driven faith. What began as a despised sect of English dissenters has evolved into a cornerstone of American religious and social life. The movement's trajectory, from the radical experiments of Roger Williams to the massive institutional reach of the Southern Baptist Convention, reveals a tradition that is paradoxically both stubbornly independent and remarkably adaptable. The most profound impact of the Baptist movement lies in its successful advocacy for the separation of church and state. By insisting that the magistrate has no authority over the inner man, Baptists provided the theological and political scaffolding for the First Amendment. This contribution fundamentally altered the course of Western democracy, ensuring that religious pluralism became a foundational American value rather than a source of civil strife. The Baptist insistence on soul competency, the idea that every individual is capable of and responsible for their own relationship with God, became a spiritual parallel to the democratic ideals of the Enlightenment, empowering the common man and fueling the populist spirit of the American frontier. Furthermore, the Baptist tradition has served as a powerful engine for social change. While the denomination's history is marred by its role in defending slavery, the very tools of Baptist ecclesiology, local autonomy, and the prophetic voice of the pulpit were used by African American Baptists to dismantle those same systems of oppression. The Black Baptist Church became the womb of the civil rights movement, providing the leadership, the organizational structure, and the moral language that transformed the nation in the mid-20th century. Figures like Martin Luther King Jr. did not succeed despite their Baptist identity, but because of it, leveraging the tradition's deep-seated belief in the dignity of the individual and the supreme authority of a higher law. In the modern era, the Baptist legacy is one of perpetual renewal through fragmentation. The constant splintering into new conventions and associations is often viewed as a weakness, yet it is also the source of the movement's enduring vitality. Because Baptists lack a central human authority, they are forced to constantly return to the sources, the scriptures, to redefine their mission. As they move deeper into the 21st century, Baptists continue to shape the American landscape through their commitment to global missions, their influence on national politics, and their ongoing internal debates over gender, race, and the limits of cooperation. Ultimately, the Baptist story remains an unfinished narrative of a people who believe that the church is most powerful when it is free from the state, and that faith is most authentic when it is the unforced choice of the individual soul. The how of their survival has always been their refusal to stay still, and the why of their impact remains their unwavering conviction that every human being is competent to stand before God. As we survey the sprawling landscape of Baptist history, from the jail cells of 17th century London to the massive conventions and independent chapels of today, we are left with a fundamental question regarding the nature of faith. The Baptist story is, at its core, a celebration of the competency of the soul. It challenges us to consider, what does it mean to hold a conviction that is entirely your own? In an era of increasing polarization and digital echo chambers, the Baptist emphasis on soul liberty offers a timeless reminder that true belief cannot be inherited, coerced, or automated. It must be found, wrestled with, and personally confessed. Whether you find yourself within this tradition or simply an observer of it, reflect on the walls of separation in your own life, the boundaries that protect your conscience from the noise of the world. How are you stewarding the liberty that so many before you fought to secure? If this deep dive into the why and how of Baptist identity has sparked a desire for more theological clarity and historical depth, we invite you to join our growing community. Subscribe. For more in-depth explorations of the movements that shaped our world, subscribe to Theology Today. Next week, our journey through the American religious tapestry is just beginning. Join us next week as we pivot from the fiercely autonomous world of the Baptists to the structured, intellectual, and deeply influential world of the progression of Presbyterianism in America. See you next week as we continue to unpack the history of the faith that built a nation.
Scott works hard. 5 a.m., 5 days a week. No such thing as lunch breaks because Scott's in an office.
What is he doing?
Make the gym your other office. Become an NASM certified personal trainer. Turn fitness passion into a part-time career. Get certified at NASM.org.
Free delivery and sustainable printing included.
In the wild, untamed wilderness of 17th century Manhattan, the most powerful force wasn't a military governor or a wealthy merchant, it was a black-robed dominie clutching a leather-bound Bible. While other empires came to the New World seeking gold or escape, the Dutch arrived with a systematic, ironclad worldview that viewed the rugged frontier as a theater for the sovereignty of God. This is the story of how a small group of persecuted refugees from the Low Countries didn't just build a colony, they planted a theological powerhouse that would shape American education, politics, and the very concept of religious freedom. The history of the Dutch Reformed Church in America is not merely a chronicle of an immigrant denomination, it is a narrative of theological resilience, cultural adaptation, and the transplantation of a rigorous European worldview into the untamed landscape of the New World. From its inception, this tradition was defined by a struggle for identity, initially against the religious hegemony of the Spanish Empire, and later against the secularizing and pluralistic pressures of the American frontier. The church's journey reflects a persistent tension between the old world standards of the classis of Amsterdam and the new world realities of commercial expansion and revolutionary fervor. By examining its evolution, we uncover how a small, persecuted body of believers forged a lasting legacy through a unique synthesis of systematic theology, presbyterial governance, and a liturgical focus on the sovereignty of the Word. The emergence of the Dutch Reformed Church was a phenomenon born of fire and intellectual ferment. During the 16th century, the Low Countries existed as a collection of 17 provinces under the dominion of the Habsburg Empire. While these lands were historically steeped in Roman Catholic tradition, they were simultaneously a crossroads of European commerce, making them uniquely susceptible to the winds of religious dissent blowing from Germany and Switzerland. Long before the specific tenets of Calvinism arrived, the cultural landscape was prepared by indigenous movements such as the Brethren of the Common Life. These groups fostered a devotio moderna, which prioritized internal transformation over the external performance of ritual. This emphasis on personal piety and biblical literacy created a populace that was increasingly skeptical of clerical mediation and more receptive to the idea of a direct, unadorned relationship with the divine. Complementing this spiritual hunger was the intellectual rigor of Northern humanism, embodied by Erasmus of Rotterdam. Erasmus provided the essential philological tools for reform, championing a return to the original Greek and Hebrew scriptures. By stripping away centuries of medieval commentary, humanism allowed Dutch thinkers to scrutinize the foundations of their faith, creating an environment where the pure word could eventually supersede ecclesiastical tradition. The transition toward a distinctly reformed identity was not immediate, but occurred through a series of ideological waves. In the 1520s, a Lutheran current first challenged the status quo, punctuated by the execution of two Augustinian friars in Brussels in 1523. By the 1530s, a more radical Anabaptist movement swept through the working classes, appealing to the marginalized, with its call for strict moral discipline and a simplified church structure. However, it was Calvinism that ultimately triumphed as the defining framework for the Dutch revolt in the 1540s. The reason for this dominance lay in the marriage of systematic theology and organizational durability. The reign of Philip II of Spain brought the religious tensions to a breaking point. Through the implementation of draconian heresy laws and the brutal military administration of the Duke of Alva, this era of the Council of Troubles did not succeed in crushing the movement. Instead, it forged a refugee identity. Protestants fled to refugee centers in England and Germany, establishing what became known as the Churches under the Cross. In 1566, the simmering resentment against Spanish Catholic dominance erupted in the iconoclastic fury. This was not merely an act of vandalism, it was a theological declaration of independence. This religious upheaval catalyzed the 80 Years' War. a protracted conflict where the struggle for sovereignty became indistinguishable. The eventual Union of Utrecht in 1579 formalized the 7 united provinces as a Protestant stronghold. As the movement sought to define itself, Guido de Brès emerged as a pivotal figure. In 1561, de Brès, a student of John Calvin, drafted the Belgic Confession to demonstrate the faith was rooted in biblical orthodoxy. Though de Brès was martyred by hanging in 1567, his confession became a foundational pillar of the Church's global identity, ensuring that whether in a secret room in Antwerp or a new settlement in the Hudson Valley, the Dutch Reformed identity would remain tethered to a God-centered theology. The theological identity of the Dutch Reformed Church was not merely handed down as a finished product from the early reformers. It was hammered out through a period of intense internal friction that nearly fractured the young Dutch Republic. This era was defined by a transition from a general Protestant consensus to a highly specific scholastic orthodoxy that would govern Reformed thought for centuries. The catalyst for this doctrinal sharpening was the work of Jacobus Arminius, a professor at the University of Leiden. Arminius began to question the rigid interpretations of predestination that had become standard in the Dutch Church. He proposed that divine election was not an absolute decree made before the creation of the world, but was instead based on God's foreknowledge of an individual's future faith. In 1610, following Arminius' death, his supporters formalized these views in a document called the Remonstrance. This petition outlined 5 points that challenged the established order: the idea that God's choice is conditional upon human belief, the belief that Christ died for all people, not just a chosen elect, the assertion that while grace is necessary, it is not irresistible and can be rejected by the human will. This was more than an academic disagreement. It was a national crisis that threatened the political stability of the Netherlands during its ongoing war with Spain. The Remonstrants Arminians and the Contra-Remonstrants strict Calvinists became rival factions that split families, city councils, and the military. To resolve the impasse, the Dutch government, the States General, convened a national synod in the city of Dordrecht, also known as Dort, in 1618. Recognizing that the issues at hand affected the entire Reformed world, they invited distinguished theologians from Great Britain, Switzerland, and various German states. This converted a local dispute into one of the most significant ecumenical gatherings in the history of Protestantism. The presence of international delegates ensured that the resulting decisions carried an authority that transcended the borders of the Netherlands. It signaled to the rest of Europe that the Reformed churches were a unified front, capable of defining their boundaries against what they perceived as theological error. The Synod's response to the 5 points of the Remonstrance was systematic and uncompromising. They produced the Canons of Dort, which provided a point-by-point refutation of Arminianism. These 5 responses are famously summarized by the acronym TULIP, which established the definitive boundaries of Reformed orthodoxy. Humanity is so corrupted by sin that no one can choose God without divine intervention. This rejects the idea of human free will in salvation. God's choice of who will be saved is based solely on his sovereign will, not on any foreseen merit. This places the source of salvation entirely in the character of God. While Christ's death is sufficient for all, its saving efficacy is intended specifically for the elect. This ensures that Christ's work on the cross is a guaranteed success for his people. When the Holy Spirit calls an individual to salvation, that person cannot ultimately refuse. This emphasizes the power of God over the stubbornness of the human heart. Those whom God has chosen and called will never fall away from grace. Their salvation is secure. This provides the believer with a deep sense of spiritual security. These canons were immediately integrated into the Church's confessional standards, joining the Belgic Confession and the Heidelberg Catechism to form the 3 forms of unity. This trinity of documents ensured that every minister in the Dutch tradition, including those who would later sail for America, shared a common, rigorous, and God-centered vocabulary. One of the most enduring legacies of the Synod was the authorization of a new official Dutch translation of the Bible from the original Greek and Hebrew, completed in 1637 and known as the States Translation, also known as Statenvertaling. It did for the Dutch language what the King James Version did for English. The Statenvertaling served as a unifying cultural force, standardizing Dutch grammar and vocabulary through its use in every pulpit and household. Because the translation included extensive marginal notes explaining the text through a reformed lens, it deeply embedded the theology of Dort into the daily speech and thought patterns of the Dutch people. The victory of the Calvinist party at Dort established the Reformed Church as the official, state-supported religious institution of the Netherlands. This provided the church with immense institutional stability and control over the universities such as Leiden, where future ministers were trained. However, this period of dominance also ushered in an era of Reformed scholasticism. As the church shifted from being a persecuted minority to a powerful establishment, the focus often moved from the passionate, experiential faith of the churches under the cross to the precise intellectual maintenance of complex doctrinal systems. While this ensured theological purity, it also created a formalist environment that would eventually spark pietist reactions both in the Netherlands and in the American colonies.
This is a song about a sleepy monster.
Look at my little Leo stomping down the hall.
Can I be about an astronaut tonight?
Sure, let's make it sound like we're in space.
My little Leo, flying out to space.
We, the Beef People of Winn-Dixie, united to make more perfect barbecues, do declare our dedication to you and to keeping savory traditions alive for the next generations. We are Winn-Dixie. We are the Beef People.
The liturgical life of the Dutch Reformed Church was shaped by a fundamental desire to strip away what it viewed as the idolatrous accretions of the medieval period. In its place, they developed a functional style of worship that prioritized the ear over the eye and the communal action of the people over the solitary ritual of the priest. Because the Reformed faith was illegal in the Netherlands during much of its formative period, the most important liturgical developments took place in refugee centers like London and Emden. Johannes Alasko, a Polish reformer leading the Dutch Stranger Church in London, produced the Forma Acratio in 1550. This manual replaced the elaborate Roman Mass with a service centered on continuous biblical reading and communal prayer. The London model introduced practices that would become hallmarks of Dutch Reformed identity, such as the rejection of the kneeling posture at the altar in favor of sitting around a common table for the Lord's Supper. This shift was intended to emphasize the priesthood of all believers, signifying that the congregants were equal guests at Christ's banquet rather than passive observers of a priestly mystery. The Dutch followed the Swiss, Zwinglian, and Calvinist understanding of the sacraments. They rejected the physical presence of Christ in the bread and wine, viewing the elements instead as signs and seals of a spiritual reality. They believed Christ was truly present to the believer, but through the agency of the Holy Spirit rather than through a physical change in the elements. As a result, the liturgy was designed to be intensely didactic, educational. Every celebration of baptism or the Lord's Supper included lengthy, systematic explanations of the rite's meaning to ensure that the congregation was not engaged in empty ritual, but was participating with an informed and active faith. In 1566, Petrus Dathenus prepared the liturgical forms that would eventually be standardized by the Synod of Dort. In this tradition, the sermon was not a brief moral exhortation, but the undisputed center of the service. These sermons were often an hour or more in length and were designed to be thorough teaching moments. In many congregations, the minister was expected to preach through the entire Heidelberg Catechism over the course of a single year, ensuring the laity was well grounded in systematic theology. The visual environment reinforced this focus on the Word. Ministers abandoned ornate vestments for a simple black gown, cassock, and white bands. Church buildings were stripped of statues, crosses, and colorful windows, creating an acoustic space where nothing would distract the eye from hearing the gospel. The physical center of the church moved from the altar to an elevated pulpit. Often positioned so, the minister literally looked down upon the congregation with the authority of the word. Unlike the weekly mass of the medieval era, the Dutch Reformed typically celebrated the Lord's Supper only 4 times a year. These were occasions of immense solemnity, preceded by weeks of intensive spiritual preparation and censura morum, an inquiry into the moral conduct of members. When the day arrived, members would leave their pews and gather around a large wooden table placed in the center of the sanctuary. This practice of sitting as a family emphasized the communal and egalitarian nature of the covenant community. This specific liturgical rhythm, the long didactic sermon, the quarterly common table, and the plain black gown ministry is what the Dutch would eventually transplant to the Hudson Valley and the wild frontiers of New Netherland. The transplantation of the Dutch Reformed Church to North America was not a mission of religious flight, but rather a byproduct of commercial expansion. Unlike the English Puritans who sought a city on a hill to escape persecution, the Dutch arrived as employees and partners of the West India Company, also known as WIC. This commercial origin profoundly shaped the early character of the church, placing it in a complex web of corporate interests, colonial survival, and ethnic preservation. In the earliest years of the New Netherland colony, founded in 1624, the WIC did not initially prioritize the dispatching of ordained ministers. Instead, the spiritual needs of the traders and soldiers were met by krankbezoekers and comforters of the sick. These were lay officers trained in the scriptures, but not authorized to administer the sacraments or preach original sermons. They functioned as spiritual first responders, reading from approved prayer books and maintaining a semblance of Dutch religious order in a wilderness setting. The arrival of the first ordained minister, Jonas Michaelius, in 1628 marked the formal organization of the first congregation in New Amsterdam, modern-day Manhattan. Michaelius's early letters reveal the immense difficulty of his task. He struggled with the uncouth nature of the settlers and the challenges of establishing a disciplined church in a society primarily motivated by the fur trade. His work established the precedent that the American church would remain a direct extension of the classis of Amsterdam, meaning every major decision, from the hiring of ministers to the resolution of local disputes, had to be sent across the Atlantic for approval. To encourage settlement, the WIC granted large tracts of land called patroonships to wealthy investors. The most successful of these was Rensselaerswyck, near modern-day Albany. These estates were required by their charters to support a reformed minister, linking the survival of the church to the success of the manorial system. In these rural outposts, the church became the social glue for a scattered population. The dominee, the traditional title for a Dutch minister, was often the only highly educated individual in the region, serving not just as a spiritual leader, but as a mediator, scholar, and representative of Dutch culture. This reinforced a theocratic social structure where the church and the local administration worked hand in hand to maintain public morality and order. While the Reformed faith was the established religion of the colony, New Netherland was remarkably diverse from its inception. By the 1640s, 18 different languages were reportedly spoken in New Amsterdam. This diversity led to a significant tension between the church's desire for uniformity and the colony's need for trade-friendly tolerance. This conflict peaked under Director General Peter Stuyvesant, a staunch Reformed adherent. Stuyvesant attempted to suppress Lutherans, Quakers, and Jews, viewing religious diversity as a threat to civil stability. However, the WIC directors in Amsterdam, motivated by profit, eventually rebuked him, famously stating that the consciences of men ought to be free and unshackled. This directive forced the Dutch Reformed Church to accept a preferred but not exclusive status, a pivotal moment that prepared the denomination for its future role in a pluralistic America. The surrender of New Netherland to the English in 1664 presented an existential crisis for the Dutch Reformed Church. Suddenly, a state-supported church became a dissenting body under an English Anglican administration. The mechanisms of their survival during this period relied on careful legal maneuvering and a fierce commitment to their linguistic and theological heritage. The Dutch leaders were savvy negotiators. In the Articles of Capitulation, they secured the right to the liberty of their consciences in divine worship and church discipline. This legal protection allowed the Dutch churches to continue operating exactly as they had under the WIC, maintaining their ties to the classis of Amsterdam rather than being absorbed into the Church of England. The church responded to the English takeover by retreating into a linguistic fortress. By refusing to conduct services in English, the church preserved Dutch culture and kept the younger generation tethered to their ancestral identity. For nearly a century, the Dutch Reformed Church functioned as an ethnic enclave, where the use of the Dutch language in the pulpit was viewed as a sacred duty to prevent the contamination of their theological purity by English influences. Figures like Johannes Megapolensis represented the bridge between the old and new regimes. Having spent years as a missionary to the Mohawk people, one of the earliest Protestant attempts at indigenous outreach, he became a stabilizing force in New York after the English conquest. He navigated the delicate balance of showing political loyalty to the English governors while ensuring that the Dutch consistories retained control over church property and the selection of clergy. Because the connection to the classis of Amsterdam was slow and cumbersome, taking months for letters to cross the ocean, local consistories gained unprecedented power. These bodies of lay elders and deacons became the true guardians of the tradition. They managed the church's finances, oversaw the moral conduct of the members, and protected the Dutchness of the community against the encroaching English culture. This shift toward strong lay leadership would eventually lead to internal conflicts over whether the American church should remain a colony of Amsterdam or become a sovereign American institution. By the early 18th century, the Dutch Reformed Church in America faced a period of spiritual stagnation. The linguistic fortress that had protected the community from English influence had also, in many ways, isolated it from the vibrant spiritual movement sweeping across the colonies. The result was a formalist church environment where orthodoxy was maintained through intellectual assent to the three forms of unity, but often lacked internal fervor. The catalyst for change was the arrival of Theodorus Jacobus Frelinghuysen in the Raritan Valley of New Jersey in 1720. Influenced by European pietism, Frelinghuysen challenged the dead orthodoxy of the Dutch frontier. He argued that participation in the sacraments, specifically the Lord's Supper, should be reserved only for those who could demonstrate a heartfelt conversion experience rather than just a clean moral record and doctrinal knowledge. This emphasis on experimental religion introduced a radical shift in how the Dutch did church life. Frelinghuysen's preaching was confrontational. He demanded a visible change in lifestyle and criticized the established Dutch elite for their perceived spiritual complacency. This approach ignited the first Great Awakening within the Dutch tradition, creating a movement that prioritized the new birth over traditional ecclesiastical decorum. The revival movement sparked a bitter and prolonged institutional conflict that nearly destroyed the denomination. The church split into two warring factions based on their views regarding church authority and the internal versus external nature of faith. The Coitus, the Progressive Party, comprised of supporters of the revival, this group advocated for greater American autonomy. They argued that the church could not wait for the classis of Amsterdam to approve every new minister. They sought the power to ordain their own clergy on American soil to meet the growing spiritual demands of the frontier. The Conferentie, the traditionalist party, this faction remained fiercely loyal to the old world. They believed that any deviation from the oversight of the classis of Amsterdam would lead to theological chaos and a loss of their Dutch identity. They viewed the revivalists as dangerous enthusiasts who were undermining the systematic order established at the Synod of Dort. For decades, these two groups fought for control of church properties and the hearts of the congregants. In some towns, two separate Dutch Reformed churches were built, one for the Codes and one for the Conferentie, splitting the ethnic community along ideological lines. This conflict was only resolved in 1771 through the mediation of John Henry Livingston, who negotiated a plan of union that allowed for an American-based governing body while maintaining a symbolic link to the Netherlands. The American Revolution acted as a final rite of passage for the Dutch Reformed Church, forcing it to decide whether its primary allegiance was to a European past or an American future. The war was not merely a political struggle for the Dutch, it was a civil war within the church itself. Most members of the Dutch Reformed Church, particularly those aligned with the Cotes faction, became staunch supporters of the Patriot cause. Their support was not merely practical, but deeply theological. Drawing on the resistance theory developed during the Dutch revolt against Spain, they viewed the British king as a tyrant who had violated the covenantal relationship with his subjects. Dutch ministers such as Jacob Rotzen Hardenberg frequently used their pulpits to frame the American struggle as a continuation of the Protestant battle for liberty against arbitrary power. Because of this, Dutch churches were often targeted by British forces, sanctuaries were converted into stables, and ministers were forced to flee for their lives. The destruction of physical church buildings during the war served to further alienate the Dutch population from the British crown and solidified their commitment to the new republic. The Revolutionary era also brought the church into direct contact with the paradoxes of freedom. The Dutch in New York and New Jersey were among the largest slaveholders in the North. Within the church, enslaved Africans were often baptized and admitted to membership, but they were relegated to separate seating in the galleries and denied any role in the governance of the consistory. The framework of Dutch social order during this time relied on a strict interpretation of the orders of creation. While the church believed in the spiritual equality of souls, they maintained that the providential social hierarchy remained intact. It would take several more decades for the abolitionist movement to gain a foothold within the denomination, reflecting a tension between their theological focus on liberty from kings and their practical reliance on a hierarchical labor system. In 1792, following the success of the Revolution, the church finally formalized its independence. They adopted a new constitution that transformed the American classis into a fully sovereign denomination, eventually known as the Reformed Protestant Dutch Church. This move toward sovereignty included the establishment of Queen's College, later Rutgers University, and a dedicated theological seminary. By creating their own institutions for training ministers, the Dutch ensured that their specific brand of Calvinism would no longer be a colonial import, but an indigenous American tradition. The church had successfully navigated the transition from a commercial chaplaincy to a free church in a free land, preserving its doctrinal rigor while finally embracing its American context. As the Dutch Reformed Church in America became increasingly integrated into the American mainstream, adopting the English language and participating in broader evangelical movements, a new wave of immigrants arrived from the Netherlands. This group, arriving in the 1840s and 1850s, brought with them the secession spirit of 1834, a movement in the Old World that had broken away from the Dutch state church due to perceived theological liberalism and state interference. The new immigrants, led by figures like Albertus van Raalte, initially joined the existing RCA, seeking a familiar spiritual home in the Michigan and Iowa colonies. However, they soon encountered a denomination that they felt had become too Americanized. The points of contention were both theological and cultural. They disagreed on the use of hymns. The new immigrants insisted on the exclusive use of the Genevan Psalms in worship, viewing the modern English hymns of the RCA as doctrinally shallow. They disagreed on open communion. The newcomers were alarmed by the RCA's practice of allowing members of other denominations to partake in the Lord's Supper without a strict fencing of the table. They disagreed on Masonic membership. A significant controversy arose regarding whether church members could belong to secret societies like the Freemasons, a practice the immigrants viewed as incompatible with exclusive devotion to Christ. In 1857, several congregations in Michigan formally seceded from the RCA, eventually forming the Christian Reformed Church, CRC. This was not a mere administrative split, it was a fundamental disagreement over the methodology of maintaining a confessional identity in a pluralistic society. The CRC sought to recreate a pure Dutch Calvinist subculture, emphasizing Christian day schools and a rigorous adherence to the canons of Dort. This division created a duality in American Dutch Reformed life that persists to this day, one branch leaning toward ecumenical engagement and cultural adaptation, and the other prioritizing doctrinal preservation and the creation of a comprehensive Reformed worldview that separated the faithful from the world. Toward the end of the 19th century, the Dutch Reformed tradition in America underwent an intellectual transformation. This movement was influenced by the Neo-Calvinist movement in the Netherlands, led by theologian and statesman Abraham Kuyper. Kuyper's central contribution was the idea of sphere sovereignty. He argued that God is sovereign over every square inch of existence, but that he has delegated authority to different spheres of life, such as the family, the church, the state, the arts, and the sciences. No sphere should dominate the others. For the Dutch in America, this provided a framework for how to live as Christians in a secular republic without losing their distinctiveness. Instead of withdrawing from the world, they were encouraged to transform it. This led to the establishment of a vast network of Christian institutions that were not technically run by the church, but were operated by Reformed lay people. This included Christian labor associations. As an alternative to secular or socialist unions, the Christian school movement, the belief that education is a parental responsibility, not a state one, and must be grounded in a Reformed perspective, philosophical rigor, the development of a presuppositional approach to faith, asserting that all of life, not just Sunday worship, must be viewed through the lens of God's Word. During this period, the denomination matured into a sophisticated institutional body. They established robust missionary boards that expanded the Dutch Reformed footprint to India, China, and the Middle East. They also formalized their educational pipeline with Western Theological Seminary and Hope College in Michigan and Calvin College and Seminary in Grand Rapids, becoming the intellectual engines of the tradition. These institutions ensured that even as the Dutch language finally faded from the pulpits in the early 1900s, the Dutch mind, characterized by a love for systematic logic, a high view of the covenant, and a belief in the lordship of Christ over all of life, remained the defining characteristic of the community. The 20th century brought the Dutch Reformed Church into the center of the modernist fundamentalist controversies that shook American Protestantism. The church had to determine how to maintain its ancient confessions in an era of scientific Darwinism and higher biblical criticism. While many other denominations split during this era, the Dutch Reformed churches largely maintained their theological core, though not without internal strain. They navigated the process of modernization by emphasizing that their confessions, the three forms of unity, were not dead letters, but living witnesses that provided the necessary tools to critique modern culture. However, the late 20th century saw new debates emerge, particularly regarding the role of women in church office and the church's response to social justice issues. These debates led to further fragmentation, such as the formation of the United Reformed Churches, URC, in the 1990s by those who felt the CRC and RCA were drifting toward theological liberalism. Today, the Dutch Reformed Church in America is no longer defined by Dutch ethnicity. It has become a diverse movement that includes people of all backgrounds who are drawn to its intellectual depth and its emphasis on the sovereignty of God. The reason of its persistence lies in its unique ability to combine a high view of the mind with a deep concern for the ordered life. From the secret meetings in 16th century Flanders to the modern-day worldview conferences in the American Midwest. The tradition has remained committed to the belief that the pure Word of God is the only sufficient foundation for both the individual's soul and the structure of society. As we reflect on the resilience of the Dutch reformers, consider the fortresses we build today to protect our own values. How do we balance the preservation of our heritage with the need to engage with an ever-changing world? We invite you to look at your own community's history and identify the moments where faith and culture collided to shape who you are today. The journey through the American religious landscape is only just beginning. Join us next week as we shift our focus to the arrival of German and Scandinavian traditions, exploring the arrival and evolution of Lutheranism in America. We will examine how these communities navigated the challenges of language, liturgy, and the rugged frontier to find their place in the New World. If you are passionate about the intersection of history and faith, make sure to subscribe to Theology Today. Hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode of our deep dives into the narratives that built our world. Join our growing community of learners as we unpack the why and the how behind the traditions we inherit. Subscribe now and keep the conversation going. In the mid-1700s, while established colonial churches waited for the elite to come to them, a band of unauthorized preachers was heading the other direction, into the mud, the forests, and the lawless frontier. They carried nothing but a Bible, a hymnal, and a vision of a faith that belonged to the people rather than the state. They weren't just starting a church, they were igniting a spiritual revolution that would eventually outpace every other institution in the New World. The history of Methodism in the American colonies is not merely a chronicle of ecclesiastical growth, but a profound study of how a marginalized British renewal movement transformed into a cornerstone of the American identity. Between 1760 and 1844, Methodism shifted from a series of scattered, unauthorized living room gatherings into the most populous Protestant force in the United States. This evolution was driven by a unique synthesis of rigid discipline and radical flexibility, a system that allowed the movement to outpace established traditions and thrive within the chaotic, shifting boundaries of the American frontier. Today, we will explore the foundational years of this spiritual revolution, beginning with the grassroots initiatives that predated official oversight and the subsequent formalization of a movement that would define the religious landscape of a new nation. The genesis of American Methodism was notably devoid of official planning. While many religious movements of the 18th century relied upon state sponsorship or the strategic deployment of ordained clergy, Methodism in the colonies ignited through the unsanctioned zeal of the laity. This period represented a bottom-up phenomenon where the core tenets of John Wesley's theology were transported across the Atlantic in the hearts and habits of Irish and British immigrants rather than through the formal decrees of a London-based committee. The arrival of Methodism in the 1760s was a byproduct of the broader transatlantic migration patterns of the era. Robert Strawbridge, an Irish immigrant, stands as the primary figure in the Maryland region. His work serves as a testament to the potency of lay leadership. Without seeking permission from Wesley or the Anglican establishment, Strawbridge began preaching and organizing societies in Frederick County. His methodology was characterized by an immediate response to the spiritual void of the rural backcountry, where formal religious institutions were often non-existent or inaccessible. Parallel to Strawbridge's efforts in the South, a different but equally vital spark occurred in New York City. In 1766, Philip Embury and Barbara Heck, also Irish Palatines, established a congregation that would eventually become the famous John Street Church. The role of Barbara Heck is particularly significant. Legend and historical record suggest her insistence on spiritual accountability was the catalyst that pushed Embury to resume his preaching duties. This underscores a critical method of Methodist expansion. The movement relied heavily on the peer-to-peer accountability of its members, creating a self-sustaining ecosystem of piety that did not require a resident priest to remain active. By 1769, the movement had swelled to approximately 600 societies. The geographic concentration in Maryland and Virginia was no coincidence. These regions possessed a social fabric that allowed the Methodist class system to take root effectively. These early gatherings were notable for their demographic inclusivity. Unlike the more rigid social hierarchies of the established colonial churches, early Methodist societies featured active participation from both European and African descendants. This inclusive nature was facilitated by the Methodist emphasis on the universal offer of grace. The message suggested that spiritual transformation was available to all, regardless of social standing or ancestry. This theological leveling created a sense of communal identity. The mechanics of this growth were rooted in the small group structure, the class meeting, where members met weekly to confess their sins and monitor one another's spiritual progress. This intimate, localized focus allowed the movement to expand rapidly without losing its internal cohesion. As these grassroots societies multiplied, their existence became impossible for John Wesley to ignore. The movement had reached a critical mass where it required structural stabilization to prevent doctrinal drift. In 1769, Wesley dispatched Richard Boardman and Joseph Pilmore to provide official leadership, followed shortly by Francis Asbury in 1771. The arrival of these missionaries signaled the end of the purely unauthorized era and the beginning of a more systematic consolidation. While Boardman and Pilmore provided the initial stabilizing presence, it was Asbury who would truly grasp the unique requirements of the American landscape. The interaction between these British-appointed leaders and the existing American lay-led societies was not without friction, as the organic, often messy expansion of the previous decade had to be integrated into the more rigid Methodist minutes and disciplines. However, this tension between grassroots energy and centralized order became the engine that would propel Methodism into its next phase of development during the American Revolution. The transition from a loose collection of immigrant societies to a formalized religious body was fraught with the tension of the American Revolution. During this period, Methodism wrestled with its identity. Was it a loyalist extension of the Church of England or a uniquely American spiritual force? This era of consolidation necessitated a structural rigidity that, paradoxically, provided the movement with the resilience to survive a war that fractured many other institutions. The decade leading into the 1780s was defined by a shift from spontaneous expansion to disciplined organization. As the colonies moved toward political independence, Methodism moved toward ecclesiastical structure, though not without significant friction regarding its relationship with John Wesley and the British Crown. While several missionaries arrived to guide the American flock, Francis Asbury emerged as the movement's singular driving force. His impact was not merely a result of his stamina, but his refusal to allow Methodism to become settled. Asbury insisted that preachers circulate restlessly across the colonies rather than remaining in urban centers. The catalyst for Methodist growth was rooted in the rejection of the traditional parish model. By forcing preachers to stay mobile, Asbury ensured that Methodism remained a frontier-ready movement. This restless itinerancy prevented the formation of static, localized cliques and kept the movement focused on the unreached periphery. In 1773, the first formal conference convened in Philadelphia. This gathering was a pivotal moment of self-definition. The preachers present pledged their allegiance to Wesley's leadership and reaffirmed their status as laypeople within the Anglican tradition. This created a dual identity. Methodists were to be a society within a church, not a church themselves. This formalization established a chain of command and a unified set of expectations, turning a collection of scattered meetings into a cohesive network. However, this commitment to Wesley became a point of extreme vulnerability. The American Revolution presented an existential crisis. Wesley's public opposition to American independence cast a shadow of suspicion over every Methodist preacher. Many British-born leaders, feeling their positions were untenable, chose to flee back to England. The survival of Methodism can be largely attributed to Asbury's decision to remain. By staying, he signaled a long-term commitment to the American people that transcended British politics. He spent much of the war in relative seclusion in Delaware, but his presence provided a symbolic and administrative anchor for the societies. The war functioned as a period of unintentional indigenization. With the English leaders largely gone, the leadership shifted further into the hands of American-born laymen and local preachers. This forced self-reliance prepared the movement for its eventual break from the Church of England. By the time the war ended in 1783, Methodism had not only survived but had been refined by it. It stood ready to reorganize as a fully independent American denomination. The resolution of the war left American Methodists in an ecclesiastical vacuum. With the Anglican Church essentially defunct and the link to Wesley strained by distance, the movement faced a choice: dissolve into regional sects or reinvent itself as an entirely new entity. This period of Reconstruction birthed a uniquely American denomination that was both spiritually radical and organizationally disciplined. The post-war era demanded a shift from being a society within a church to becoming a church in its own right. This transition was finalized in 1784, marking the moment Methodism moved from the periphery of American life to its spiritual center. In December 1784, 60 preachers gathered at the Lovely Lane Meeting House for the Christmas conference. This assembly was the infrastructure behind Methodism's survival. By formally organizing the MEC, the movement achieved ecclesiastical independence from the Church of England. A critical component was the appointment of Thomas Coke and Francis Asbury as superintendents. This leadership structure provided a central authority capable of rapid, synchronized action across a nation that was still a loose confederation of states. John Wesley sent 24 articles of religion, but the American Methodists added a 25th, one that explicitly affirmed loyalty to the new United States government. This resolved the loyalist stigma of the war and signaled that to be a Methodist was to be a patriotic American. This blend of Wesleyan theology and American civic identity allowed the MEC to embed itself into the fabric of the young republic. They offered a spiritual experience that mirrored the democratic and individualistic spirit of the post-revolutionary era. While the MEC expanded, it faced an internal crisis regarding racial equity. African Americans had been integral from the earliest days, but as the church became more institutionalized, it increasingly mirrored the discriminatory practices of the surrounding culture. In 1816, this tension reached a breaking point. Richard Allen, a former slave and a gifted preacher, led a withdrawal from the white-dominated church structures. The resulting formation of the African Methodist Episcopal Church was a watershed moment in American history. It established the first independent black denomination in the United States. It proved that the Methodist method, classes, conferences, and itinerancy could be successfully adapted to serve the specific autonomy of the black community. It highlighted a fundamental contradiction in the MEC, a theology of spiritual freedom that struggled to navigate the reality of physical and social bondage. Following its formal organization, Methodism entered a phase of unprecedented expansion. By the mid-19th century, it was no longer a fringe movement. It had become the largest Protestant denomination in the country. This dominance was achieved through two primary engines of growth, the circuit rider and the camp meeting. The mechanism for Methodism's reach into the deepest corners of the American frontier was the circuit rider system. While other denominations waited for a community to build a church and call a pastor, the Methodists sent the pastor to the people. These itinerant preachers literally lived out of their saddlebags, traveling vast circuits that could take weeks to complete. Their primary task was to establish classes, small groups of believers who would meet for prayer and accountability even when the preacher was absent. This system ensured that the church was present wherever the frontier moved, often reaching settlers long before the arrival of any other civil or religious institution. The life of a circuit rider was grueling and often short, but it provided a mobile infrastructure perfectly suited to a population in constant motion. If the circuit rider provided the day-to-day structure, the camp meeting provided the emotional and communal high points. These large-scale outdoor revivals became a cultural phenomenon of the American frontier. Thousands of people would travel for miles to camp in tents and listen to multiple days of continuous preaching. Their success was their ability to break the crushing loneliness of frontier life while providing a high-octane spiritual experience. These meetings defined the spirit of the era, blending religious fervor with a sense of democratic community where the social hierarchies of the East Coast felt distant and irrelevant. By 1844, the cumulative effect of these efforts was staggering. Methodist membership exceeded 1 million, cementing its status as a dominant cultural and moral force in American life. The movement had successfully navigated the transition from a handful of immigrants in a New York living room to a national powerhouse. The preceding decades of expansion did more than simply increase the rolls. They fundamentally altered the movement's relationship with the American establishment. By 1844, Methodism had reached its zenith of national dominance, having moved from the periphery of the frontier to the center of the country's cultural and moral conscience. The final era of this first historical volume represents the golden age of American Methodism, a time when the movement's influence permeated education, publishing, and social reform. However, this period of immense power also contained the seeds of internal conflict that would eventually fracture the church and the nation. As the MEC surpassed 1 million members, it shifted from purely itinerant preaching to the creation of permanent institutions. The Methodist Book Concern became one of the most prolific publishing houses in the country, flooding the nation with affordable tracts and hymnals. Realizing that a permanent presence required an educated leadership, Methodists began establishing colleges at a feverish pace. Institutions were founded to ensure that the Methodist mind was as sharp as the Methodist heart was warm. This bridged the gap between the frontier spirit and the sophisticated urban middle class. The reason behind the eventual fracturing was the church's inability to reconcile its original anti-slavery stance with its desire for national expansion. In its early years, Methodism was vocally opposed to slavery, reflecting John Wesley's own disdain. As Methodism became a dominant force in the South, leadership faced a brutal choice: maintain a strict abolitionist stance and risk losing the region, or compromise to preserve national unity. The Compromise of 1816 and 1836 attempted to keep both sides under one roof. By 1844, the tension became unsustainable. The conflict centered on Bishop James O. Andrew, who had acquired slaves through marriage. Northern delegates insisted he could not hold office, while Southern delegates argued the church had no right to interfere with their state's legal institutions. The result was the formal division of the church. In 1844, the plan of separation was drafted, leading to the formation of the Methodist Episcopal Church South in 1845. This was not merely a denominational split, it was a cultural earthquake. Because Methodism was the largest and most geographically diverse organization in the country, its failure to remain united was seen as a sign that the union itself was in peril. The grassroots fire had grown into a massive engine, only to be caught in the gears of the nation's greatest moral crisis. This schism marks the conclusion of Part 1. The movement that once unified the frontier through the saddlebag and the camp meeting now stood as a house divided, mirroring a nation on the brink of its own violent transformation. As the year 1844 closed, the MEC stood as a poignant mirror of the American Republic, vibrant yet fundamentally fractured. Part 2 will explore the daunting aftermath of this division, the fires of war, the complexities of Reconstruction, and the quest for a unified identity in an era of modernization. If Part 1 of the Methodist Odyssey was defined by the scent of pine needles and the desperate urgency of the lone rider, Part 2 is defined by the sound of the architect's hammer and the quiet rustle of the scholar's page. The movement that began as a heart strangely warmed in the fields of England and the backwoods of the colonies did not remain a mere flicking flame. By the dawn of the 19th century, that spark had matured into a wildfire that would consume the American frontier, only to be channeled into the very furnaces of the nation's social and political structures. The transition from a ragtag band of itinerant rebels to the most influential religious body in the United States was neither accidental nor easy. It required the movement to trade the freedom of the open road for the responsibility of the public square. As we move from the foundational organization of 1784 into the turbulent heart of the 1800s, we witness a faith grappling with its own success, navigating the treacherous waters of national expansion, the moral catastrophe of slavery, and the eventual rise of a Methodist republic that would forever alter the American DNA. The history of Methodism in the United States is far more than a chronicle of denominational growth. It serves as a profound narrative of the American identity itself. As the young republic transitioned from the raw uncertainty of the post-revolutionary era into the burgeoning industrial and social complexities of the 19th century, Methodism served as both a mirror and a catalyst for change. While the foundational sparks were ignited by John Wesley's itinerant preachers and the formal organization at the Christmas Conference of 1784, this era examines the period of explosive expansion and the inevitable tensions that arise when a radical movement begins to settle into the soil of a maturing nation. The genius of Methodism lay in its extraordinary adaptability. It was a faith designed for a people on the move, a church on horseback, that thrived in the absence of established cathedrals and settled clergy. However, as the American frontier pushed westward and the urban centers of the East grew in density and influence, the movement faced a critical metamorphosis. This period was defined by a shift from the charismatic, often chaotic energy of the camp meeting to the structured influence of the conference, the publishing house, and the academy. It was an era where the priesthood of all believers began to navigate the complexities of institutional power, social reform, and the looming shadow of national fracture. To understand the trajectory of American Methodism in this phase, one must look beyond simple statistics of membership. One must investigate the underlying mechanics of its success, the democratic appeal of Arminian theology in a land obsessed with liberty, the rigorous discipline of the class meeting which provided social cohesion in a fractured society, and the tireless circuit rider who bridged the gap between the civilized coast and the untamed wilderness. By interrogating the psychological and sociological drivers of this era, we uncover the reasons Methodism became the most populous Protestant denomination in America by the mid-1800s. The primary driver of Methodist success in the American interior was the theological shift it offered away from the rigid predestination of traditional Calvinism. In the context of a new nation founded on the principles of self-determination, the Methodist doctrine of free will resonated perfectly with the zeitgeist. This was a theology that empowered the common man. It suggested that one's eternal destiny was not a pre-written script, but a choice to be made by the individual. The psychological impact of this cannot be overstated. It democratized the divine. It made the spiritual realm as accessible as the frontier land for which the settlers were toiling. This theological accessibility functioned as the engine for expansion. By removing the intellectual barriers of high church liturgical requirements, Methodism met the frontiersman where he lived. The message was simple. Grace is free, the invitation is universal, and the opportunity for holiness is immediate. This served to align the church's mission perfectly with the rugged individualism of the American pioneer. This created a symbiotic relationship between the expansion of the nation and the expansion of the Methodist Episcopal Church. If theology provided the motive, the circuit rider system provided the practical framework for dominance. The MEC established a logistical network that was unparalleled in the early 19th century. Francis Asbury's vision of an itinerant ministry ensured that no settlement was too remote for a gospel visit. These riders were the light cavalry of the church. Their effectiveness was rooted in their mobility and their shared lifestyle with the people they served. The circuit rider owned little more than his horse, his Bible, and a few saddlebags of books. This shared poverty and hardship fostered an immediate bond of trust. Each circuit was a designated geographic loop, often hundreds of miles long. The rider did not wait for a congregation to form, he created one. By preaching in log cabins or under the forest canopy, the preacher established a presence that outpaced the infrastructure of the state. This system functioned as a vital social artery, bringing news, literature, and a sense of belonging. The circuit rider was the connective tissue of the early American interior. A common misconception is that Methodist expansion was fueled solely by emotionalism. While the heart strangely warmed experience was central, longevity was secured by rigorous internal discipline. As the circuit rider moved on, spiritual health was maintained by the class meeting. These small groups of 12 to 15 people were the crucibles of Methodist identity. They required a level of mutual accountability that was both intrusive and transformative. Members were asked pointed questions about their spiritual state and their adherence to the general rules. This microstructure allowed Methodism to scale rapidly without losing its core values. It transformed a collection of individual converts into a disciplined community. In a frontier where social structures were fragile, the Methodist class provided a surrogate family and a moral compass. The success of this model lies in a specific balance. It offered a radical emotional experience, but immediately anchored it in a strict communal framework. This prevented the movement from evaporating into the ephemeral smoke of revivalism. This turned momentary converts into lifelong Methodists. These were people who lived their lives by a specific, shared method of holiness. Through these three pillars, Methodism wove itself into the fabric of the American expansion. It provided a spiritual language for the pioneer experience, turning frontier loneliness into a shared journey towards sanctification. As the initial fervor of the Second Great Awakening began to settle into the rhythms of established society, Methodism underwent a profound spatial and sociological migration. The movement that had been defined by the ephemeral tent and the forest clearing began to invest heavily in brick, mortar, and steeple. This shift represented a significant pivot in the Methodist psyche. The transition occurred because the upward mobility of the Methodist laity demanded a physical environment that mirrored their burgeoning social status. As the early converts, once the plain people of the frontier, gained wealth and community standing, they sought a religious experience that reflected their newfound refinement. The visceral, noisy atmosphere of the camp meeting, while effective for conversion, began to be viewed with a measure of embarrassment by a second generation of Methodists. They desired the quiet and orderly worship characteristic of the older, established East Coast denominations. The realization of permanent chapels necessitated a fundamental change in the role of the clergy. This evolution involved a gradual cooling of the itinerant fire in favor of a settled pastorate. Congregations in growing urban centers like Cincinnati, Nashville, or Baltimore began to demand their own dedicated ministers rather than relying on the unpredictable arrivals of a circuit rider. Consequently, the church began to professionalize the ministry. Education became a priority of the highest order, leading to the rapid founding of institutions of higher learning. Methodism was no longer merely an insurgent movement. It was becoming a cultural arbiter, an institution providing the educational and moral infrastructure for the American middle class. The Methodist emphasis on Christian perfection or social holiness ensured that faith was never intended to remain a private affair. The underlying theology suggested that the transformation of the individual heart must naturally manifest as the transformation of society. Because of this conviction, Methodists became the backbone of the great reform movements of the antebellum period. The most prominent of these efforts was the temperance movement. The church viewed alcohol not merely as a moral failing, but as a systemic destroyer of the family unit and economic stability. By mobilizing their vast network of classes and conferences, Methodists played a pivotal role in shifting American public opinion toward prohibition, utilizing their pulpits to wage a tireless campaign against the social costs of intemperance. The implementation of this influence was rooted in the church's organizational genius. They utilized the Methodist Book Concern, which grew to be the largest publishing house in America, to disseminate tracts, journals, and hymnals that promoted a specific vision of a moral republic. This represented a sophisticated use of soft power. By controlling the literature that frontier and urban families read, Methodists shaped the moral and social conscience of the nation. They were the architects of what historians call the benevolent empire, a network of voluntary societies dedicated to missions, Sunday schools, and the relief of the impoverished. This proved that their methodical approach to piety could be applied with equal rigor to the systemic problems of the state, bridging the gap between personal salvation and social justice. The most profound challenge to the Methodist ethos was the institution of chattel slavery, a reality that ultimately exposed the limits of Methodist unity. In its nascent stages, Methodism was explicitly and aggressively anti-slavery. John Wesley had famously described the slave trade as the execrable sum of all villainies, and the 1784 Christmas Conference had initially mandated that all Methodists manumit their slaves. However, as the church expanded into the American South, it encountered a culture where slavery was the economic and social foundation. The church's eventual retreat from its radical stance was born of a pragmatism that prioritized institutional growth and national reach over moral purity. To remain a truly national church, the leadership felt it necessary to accommodate Southern sensibilities, leading to a series of compromises that diluted the church's original abolitionist fervor. This accommodation created an unbearable tension between the northern and southern wings of the denomination. In the North, the rise of radical abolitionism pushed many Methodists to demand a return to Wesley's anti-slavery roots. Simultaneously, Methodist leaders in the South began to develop a pro-slavery theology, arguing that the institution was a providential means of civilizing and Christianizing Africans. The divergence occurred through a masterclass in scriptural interpretation, with both sides utilizing the same Bible to justify diametrically opposed social orders. The Methodist pulpit, once a tool for universal liberation, became a contested ground where the soul of the nation was debated. The breaking point arrived at the General Conference of 1844. The catalyst was the case of Bishop James O. Andrew of Georgia, who had acquired slaves through marriage and legacy. Northern delegates insisted that a slave-holding bishop was a theological and moral impossibility for a church that preached holiness. Southern delegates viewed any attempt to discipline Andrew as an illegal infringement on their rights. Southern delegates viewed any attempt to discipline Andrew as an assault on their social order. The ensuing debate was not merely about a single man, but about the very nature of the Methodist Union and the authority of the General Conference. When the conference voted to suspend Andrew's episcopal functions, the Southern delegates drafted a plan of separation. The creation of the Methodist Episcopal Church, South, in 1845, was a watershed moment in American history. It was the first major national institution to break apart over the issue of slavery, serving as a grim harbinger of the national bloodshed that would follow 16 years later. The split was handled with a tragic bureaucratic efficiency. It was a legislative divorce, but the emotional and spiritual consequences were devastating. The schism proved that even the most robust organizational structure could not withstand the corrosive pressure of the slavery question. It transformed the Methodist family into two warring camps, mirroring the geographical and ideological fault lines that were tearing the United States apart. This division would not be healed for nearly a century, leaving a permanent scar on the landscape of American Protestantism. While the white Methodist leadership grappled with the politics of the slave-holding South, a different but equally significant transformation was occurring within the Black Methodist community. From its earliest days, Methodism's message of universal grace and its visceral rhythmic worship styles had held a powerful appeal for both enslaved and free Black Americans. However, as the MEC began to trend towards social respectability and institutional formality, the egalitarian spirit of the frontier was replaced by the Negro pew and segregated seating arrangements. The exclusion of Black preachers from ordained leadership and the restriction of their agency within the church created a profound internal conflict. The desire for spiritual autonomy was not merely about escaping prejudice. It was a quest for a space where the theology of liberation could be practiced. The realization of this independence took shape most notably in the work of Richard Allen and the formation of the African Methodist Episcopal AME Church. The departure of Allen and his followers from St. George's Church was a seminal act of ecclesiastical defiance. It was a rejection of the hypocrisy that allowed a church to preach spiritual freedom while enforcing physical and social subordination. By establishing their own denomination, Black Methodists created a refuge that functioned as much more than a religious house. It became the cornerstone of the Black community's social, political, and educational life. This movement proved that the Methodist method, the focus on discipline, education, and mutual aid, could be reclaimed as a powerful tool for racial uplift. The AME and AME Zion churches utilized the Methodist organizational structure to create a nation within a nation. Because the system emphasized local class meetings and regional conferences, it provided a ready-made blueprint for community organizing. The church became the primary incubator for Black leadership, providing a rare platform for public speaking, administrative management, and political agitation. This was a sophisticated application of the Methodist itinerant model. Black preachers traveled between communities not only to spread the gospel, but to build a secret network of communication and support. This network often intersected with the Underground Railroad. The success of independent Black Methodism lay in its ability to synthesize the Wesleyan focus on personal holiness with a radical commitment to social justice. While the white church was fracturing over the legality of slavery, the Black church was actively working to dismantle it. By the mid-1800s, these independent bodies had become the most influential institutions in the lives of free Black Americans. The how of Methodist expansion was just as effective when applied to the cause of liberation as it was to the cause of frontier settlement. The arrival of the Civil War in 1861 saw the Methodist movement fully entrenched in the conflict on both sides of the Mason-Dixon line. The earlier schism of 1844 had already prepared the psychological terrain for war. The church had effectively pre-enacted the national breakup. During the conflict, the Methodist identity was weaponized. In the North, the MEC became a staunch ally of the Lincoln administration, with many pulpits serving as recruiting stations for the Union Army. In the South, the MEC South provided the theological justification for the Confederacy, framing the war as a defense of a providential social order and a struggle against Northern fanaticism. The church, which had once been the primary force for national cohesion, had become the primary engine of ideological division. The toll of the war on the Methodist infrastructure was immense. Meeting houses were turned into hospitals, colleges were shuttered as students and faculty joined the ranks, and the circuit system was disrupted by the movement of armies. However, even amidst the carnage, the method persisted. Both Union and Confederate camps were populated by Methodist chaplains who utilized the familiar structures of the class meeting and the prayer circle. This period saw a resurgence of battlefield revivalism, where the emotional intensity of the camp meeting was transposed onto the harrowing reality of the front lines, providing soldiers with a spiritual language to process the trauma of industrialized warfare. As the war drew to a close, the Methodist movement faced the monumental task of rebuilding in a landscape of ruins. The how of this reconstruction was fraught with bitterness. The Northern MEC viewed the South as a mission field to be reclaimed, sending preachers and resources into the former Confederacy. This was often viewed by Southerners as a form of spiritual carpetbagging, further deepening the animosity. The post-war era also saw the finalization of the racial divide within Methodism. While many formerly enslaved people joined the AME or AME Zion churches, others remained within the Southern MEC, eventually forming the Colored Methodist Episcopal CME Church in 1870. This move was a strategic effort to maintain a Methodist identity while ensuring a degree of independence from white control. By the end of this period, the Methodist family was more fragmented than ever, divided by geography, by race, and by the lingering ghosts of the conflict. Yet, despite these fractures, the movement remained the dominant religious force in America. As the 19th century waned, the Methodist leadership recognized that the long-term survival of the denomination in a rapidly modernizing America required a robust intellectual foundation. This realization catalyzed one of the most significant institutional expansions in American religious history, the systematic establishment of colleges, universities, and seminaries. The logic driving this movement was rooted in a desire to move beyond the perceived emotionalism of the earlier frontier era. By creating centers of higher learning, Methodists sought to equip their youth and their clergy with the tools of critical thought, ensuring that the faith could stand its ground against the rising tides of secularism and Darwinian thought. The implementation of this educational crusade was both aggressive and geographically broad, from Southern Methodist University in Dallas to American University in Washington, D.C., and a vast network of smaller liberal arts colleges across the Midwest. The church constructed a parallel educational system. This was not merely about teaching theology, it was about shaping the American professional class. The Methodist Academy became a primary vehicle for social mobility, taking the children of farmers and laborers and transforming them into the lawyers, doctors, and civic leaders of the new century. Through this intellectualization, the method shifted from a tool for spiritual survival in the wilderness to a framework for leadership in an urban industrial society. With the establishment of the seminary system, the era of the self-taught horse-riding preacher essentially came to a close. The church began to mandate formal theological training, leading to the rise of a professionalized clergy. This shift introduced a new complexity, the exposure of future ministers to historical critical methods of biblical study. This intellectual opening fostered the growth of theological modernism within the denomination. The focus shifted away from the miraculous and toward the ethical. The idea was that the kingdom of God was a social reality to be built on earth rather than a celestial reward to be waited for. This theological pivot would eventually spark internal friction between traditionalists and progressives, but it initially allowed Methodism to remain relevant to a generation increasingly influenced by the scientific and social sciences. By the early 1900s, the Methodist Episcopal Church had fully transitioned from a frontier movement into an urban institutional powerhouse. This new vantage point forced a confrontation with the brutal realities of the Gilded Age, the exploitation of labor, child labor, and the squalor of industrial slums. In 1908, the church adopted the Social Creed, a landmark document that signaled a definitive shift in the Methodist mission. This was the practical application of social holiness on a national industrial scale. The Creed advocated for the abolition of child labor, a living wage, and the protection of workers' rights, marking the church's transition into a central player in the progressive era. The success of the Social Creed was achieved through the church's still potent organizational network. The Methodist Federation for Social Service acted as an internal pressure group, pushing the hierarchy to use its political and economic influence to advocate for legislative change. This period saw Methodism move from the periphery of American life to the very center of the establishment. The denomination became a moral lobby, proving that the Wesleyan focus on discipline and method could be scaled to influence the policy of the United States government itself. The story of Methodism in America is a story of maturation, fracture, and profound influence. Over a century of growth, the movement evolved from a radical, itinerant sect into the foundational bedrock of American Protestantism. Its success was never accidental. It was the result of a precise alignment between Arminian theology and the American spirit of self-determination, supported by a logistical system that allowed it to inhabit the most remote corners of the continent. The Methodist movement never lost its drive for social transformation, whether through the fire of the camp meeting, the discipline of the class meeting, or the intellectual rigor of the university. Methodism provided the moral and social scaffolding upon which much of the American 19th century was built. As the movement entered the 20th century, it stood as a testament to the power of a disciplined, methodical faith. The church on horseback had finally dismounted. not because it had grown tired, but because it had successfully built the world it intended to save. How does the Methodist balance of personal piety and social holiness challenge the way you view the role of faith in public life today? In what ways do we still see the great schism of the 1840s echoing in the cultural and denominational divides of the present morning? Join us next week as we shift our gaze to the history of Pentecostalism, exploring the Azusa Street revival and the global firestorm that followed. Subscribe to Theology Today right now to join a community dedicated to unpacking the why and how of the movements that shaped our world. In 1564, the word Lutheran first echoed across the humid marshes of Florida, not as a badge of faith, but as a death sentence. To the Spanish conquistadors, the term was a convenient shorthand for heresy, a generic label for anyone who dared to defy the Pope. It served as a political weapon, casting a wide net over any who challenged the centralized authority of the Roman Catholic Church. Yet, the true story of Lutheranism in America is far stranger and more resilient than a mere footnote of colonial conflict. It is a 300-year saga of a faith that arrived in fragments, survived through ecclesiastical anarchy, and was eventually forced to decide if it would remain a European relic or become a new American force. The narrative of American Lutheranism is not merely a chronicle of immigrant arrivals, but a profound study in the persistent tension between the preservation of ancient ecclesiastical heritage and the inexorable demands of a burgeoning new world. While popular historical consciousness often associates the denominational surge with the massive migrations of the 19th century, the Lutheran presence in the Western Hemisphere actually predates the established colonies of the Eastern Seaboard. This early history is characterized by a series of fragmented, often transitory settlements that functioned without institutional coherence. Yet these isolated groups remained anchored by a distinct Reformation identity that refused to be extinguished by the wilderness. The journey of the Lutheran faith in America is defined by a central purpose, that these disparate beginnings eventually necessitated a move toward structural maturity. This transformation was made possible only through the arrival of transformative leadership like that of Henry Melchior Muhlenberg. From the failed experiments in South America and the mislabeled Lutherans of Spanish Florida, the foundational era was a crucible of religious confusion. To the state-sponsored Swedish colonies on the Delaware under the pastoral care of Riorus Torkillus, the era was marked by cultural dissonance and institutional fragility. Understanding these early foundations requires an examination of how these settlers navigated a competitive religious market. They moved forward without the traditional safety nets of European state support, eventually laying the groundwork for a uniquely American expression of the Reformation. The temporal reach of Lutheran influence in the Americas extends back to the very first wave of European exploration, long before the faith achieved any semblance of institutional stability. In 1528, a group of German immigrants established a short-lived settlement in what is now modern-day Venezuela. This community holds the distinction of being the earliest documented Lutheran presence in the Western Hemisphere. However, the experiment was ultimately hindered by geographic isolation and a total lack of structural support. The settlement vanished without leaving a lasting institutional mark on South American history. Further north, the term Lutheran surfaced in Florida in 1564, though its use by Spanish Catholic authorities served as a generic label for heresy rather than a precise denominational marker. The individuals were actually French Huguenots, yet to the Spanish imagination, any break from Rome was filtered through the lens of Martin Luther's original rebellion. This conflation underscores the intense religious animosity of the period, where a simplified view of Protestantism helped Spanish officials consolidate political opposition against any non-Catholic interlopers. As the 17th century progressed, the Lutheran faith found more stable ground through the state-sponsored ventures of Sweden and Holland. In 1638, the establishment of colonies in Delaware and what would eventually become New York led to the formal founding of Lutheran churches. These congregations served as indispensable cultural and spiritual anchors for families living along the Atlantic coast, benefiting from direct support from the Church of Sweden. This arrangement afforded a degree of stability and pastoral oversight, ensuring that the Swedish presence under leaders like Rioris Torkillus possessed a formalized structure from its inception. However, this continuity faced a severe rupture in the early 19th century. Driven by a scarcity of clergy, these historic parishes were transferred to the Episcopal Church. This transition effectively terminated the independent existence of the oldest Lutheran churches. When new waves of Swedish immigrants arrived in the mid-1800s, they encountered a profound institutional gap. This disconnection forced the 19th century pioneers to develop a unique American-Swedish identity, rebuilding their synods, seminaries, and congregations from the ground up. While Scandinavian efforts were state-supported, German Lutheranism followed a different trajectory, characterized by a massive surge in emigration after 1730. Many were deeply influenced by Pietism, a spiritual movement that prioritized personal piety and emotional devotion over rigid dogmatic formulas. Settlement was heavily concentrated in the Middle Colonies, with Pennsylvania serving as the primary destination due to its fertile lands and relative religious tolerance. However, groups remained scattered across New York, Maryland, Virginia, and the Carolinas. These isolated communities often struggled to secure regular pastoral care. Throughout this period, the overarching theme was one of institutional weakness. Individual congregations functioned as independent units, resulting in what has been termed ecclesiastical anarchy. Without established synods or schools, the specific teachings of the Reformation were difficult to transmit to the next generation, threatening the long-term survival of a distinct identity. The transition to the American wilderness forced a radical rethinking. The state church models of Europe simply could not be replicated in the harsh conditions of the frontier. Leaders had to adapt to the egalitarian spirit of the colonies. Pastors were required to lead through persuasion and service rather than official mandate. Assimilation became an immediate and intense threat. Sharp cultural dissonance often compelled immigrants to abandon their native language to avoid social stigma. Many feared that failing to adapt would result in the loss of members to more American denominations with greater resources or more aggressive evangelism strategies. This created a tension between the Reformation past and the need to reach the current generation. In this environment of religious freedom, participation was entirely voluntary. By the mid-18th century, the fragmented state of German Lutheranism in the colonies had reached a critical juncture. The arrival of Henry Melchior Muhlenberg in 1742 served as the pivotal catalyst for transforming disorganized parishes into a coherent denomination. Commissioned by the Pietist centers in Germany, he was selected for his unique combination of theological rigor and organizational acumen. He stepped into an environment defined by ecclesiastical anarchy, where congregations were frequently preyed upon by unqualified preachers. Henry Melchior Muhlenberg found a landscape where internal disputes and a lack of legitimate leadership threatened the very survival of the faith. His leadership was characterized by a tireless commitment. He functioned as a peripatetic supervisor, traveling thousands of miles on horseback to remote settlements. His journey took him to the most isolated outposts, where he worked to resolve conflicts and install pastors who were actually qualified for the task. His personal mission was to bring a sense of professionalism and authority that had been sorely lacking in the colonial wilderness. Through this active oversight, he balanced the strict doctrinal requirements of his European training with the practical, often harsh realities of the American frontier. This earned him the title of the Patriarch of American Lutheranism, as he provided the unifying figurehead the scattered congregations required. He operated under the foundational motto, Ecclesia Plantanda, the church must be planted. This was not merely a romantic notion of growth, but a strategic shift from temporary survival to long-term institutional health. He realized that the faith would inevitably wither in the New World if it were not intentionally cultivated through formal structures. This vision necessitated the establishment of permanent buildings and educational programs to anchor the community. He sought a standardized way of being Lutheran in a pluralistic landscape, moving toward a collective identity. To achieve this, he spearheaded the creation of the Ministerium of Pennsylvania in 1748, the first permanent Lutheran synod in North America. This provided a vital template for all future organizational efforts, allowing pastors to gather for mutual support and theological discussion. Its primary function was the examination and ordination of candidates, protecting churches from the deception of unqualified vagabonds. By setting clear standards for conduct and education, the synod ensured that the leadership was both qualified and doctrinally sound. Furthermore, the ministerium worked toward a standardization of practice by developing a common liturgy and hymnal. Using the same resources allowed geographically distant congregations to forge a collective identity that transcended local differences. The American Revolution served as a profound test, forcing a transition from colonial dependency to national independence. Lutherans found themselves politically divided. Some remained loyal to the British crown, while many others integrated into the patriot cause. Henry Melchior Muhlenberg's own family embodied this shift. His son Peter Muhlenberg became a legendary figure of this transition. Peter Muhlenberg famously exchanged his robes for a military uniform to lead a regiment in the Continental Army. This high-profile participation helped demonstrate that Lutherans could be both faithful to their heritage and loyal citizens of the emerging republic. The conclusion of the war brought an end to European state support, forcing the church to adopt a purely voluntary model of existence. This shift increased the responsibility of the laity in managing church property and finances, fostering a more democratic ecclesiastical culture. As the nation stabilized, a significant cultural tension emerged. The younger generation increasingly favored English over the traditional German. This language question was a struggle over the very definition of the church. Was it to remain an ethnic club or become a thoroughly American denomination? The 19th century brought a demographic shift of unprecedented scale as millions of German and Scandinavian immigrants flooded into the United States. Between 1840 and 1900, this massive migration transformed Lutheranism into one of the largest Protestant bodies in the country, moving the center of gravity toward the Midwest. As these new arrivals pushed westward, they often settled in tight-knit ethnic enclaves. These little Germanys and little Norways allowed immigrants to transition slowly into American life. In these communities, the church served as the primary social and cultural anchor. The faith was preserved through native languages and traditional customs. However, this geographic expansion also led to the creation of many new regional synods that were often isolated from one another. This isolation allowed for the development of diverse theological and cultural pockets, which would soon clash as the denomination attempted to find a unified national voice. Amidst this growth, Samuel Simon Schmucker emerged as a leading voice for adaptation. He believed that for the faith to thrive, it had to move away from outdated European formalities. Samuel Simon Schmucker advocated for a version of the faith that mirrored other American Protestant groups, emphasizing revivalism, social reform, and a simplified theology. In 1855, Samuel Simon Schmucker and his allies published the Definite Synodical Platform, a document that explicitly rejected several traditional doctrines. The platform rejected the real presence in the Eucharist to make the faith more compatible with the American religious spirit. Samuel Simon Schmucker's intention was to unify the church under an American identity, but the platform instead served as a catalyst for a deep and lasting divide. His proposal was viewed by many as a betrayal of the Reformation, triggering a massive backlash from those committed to the historic confessions. The failure of the platform ensured the church would remain anchored to its historic documents, but it left the denomination deeply fractured. While some sought adaptation, a group of Saxon immigrants in Missouri sought total preservation. Arriving in 1839, they were deeply committed to the 16th century confessions. Led by C.F.W. Walther, they established a community that prioritized doctrinal purity above all else. C.F.W. Walther's leadership was instrumental in founding the Missouri Synod in 1847, a body that emphasized strict adherence to the Book of Concord. The Missouri Synod emphasized the establishment of parochial schools to protect children from secular or liberalizing influences. C. F. W. Walther's uncompromising stance provided a powerful conservative counterweight to Samuel Simon Schmucker's liberalizing tendencies. This competition forced the broader denomination to re-examine its own theological foundations, leading to a general confessional revival across American Lutheranism. By the late 19th century, the trend toward assimilation had been largely replaced by a renewed focus on preserving a distinct confessionally grounded identity. The church emerged from this era with a clearer understanding of its unique place, but it remained a house divided. Some favored ecumenical adaptation to the American spirit, while others demanded a return to strict Reformation orthodoxy. The foundations were set, but the coming century would bring even greater challenges to the identity of the faith. The stage was now set for a new kind of struggle, one defined by world wars and a linguistic revolution. As the 19th century drew to a close, the Foundations era concluded with a church that had successfully planted its roots. The friction between ancient convictions and an untamed frontier had created a uniquely American expression of the Reformation. The path was now cleared for the massive organizational realignments that would eventually culminate in the late 20th century. The foundations of the Lutheran faith in America were laid in the friction between ancient convictions and the demands of the New World. As the mid-19th century unfolded, the Lutheran movement in America recognized that mere congregational survival was insufficient for long-term viability. This realization prompted a period of comprehensive institution building where leaders sought to construct a robust infrastructure to support the burgeoning population. The method of this development involved the creation of an extensive network of schools and theological seminaries, essential for the professionalization of the ministry. By anchoring the denomination in education, the church ensured it could produce a homegrown clergy capable of navigating American culture while remaining faithful to Reformation roots. This institutional footprint extended into the social realm. The establishment of hospitals and orphanages transformed the church into a pillar of the community. These ministries addressed the holistic needs of the immigrant population, providing a vital safety net in a society that offered few government-sponsored services. While formal leadership was largely male-dominated, the functional engine of the church's growth often resided in the tireless efforts of women's mission societies. These organized groups provided a vital avenue for women to exert influence. The success of many institutional programs was directly tied to their volunteer labor and financial contributions. Through these efforts, women pioneered benevolent work that reached across the country, shaping the compassionate character of 19th century Lutheranism. Simultaneously, the denomination fostered a sophisticated written culture. Dedicated publication houses produced thousands of periodicals to bridge geographic gaps between settlers. These materials created a virtual community before the age of digital communication, providing the necessary framework for a unified theological discourse. By distributing the same hymnals and catechisms, publishing houses ensured that immigrants in the backwoods stayed spiritually linked to the centers of the faith. As resources were taxed, a missionary vision looked inward. Domestically, the impulse sought to reach marginalized groups, including African Americans and Native Americans. These efforts, though small, represented a strategic attempt to expand the Lutheran presence into the diverse landscapes of the American frontier. On the international stage, American Lutherans began to see themselves as partners in a global movement, sending ordained missionaries to Asia, Africa, and South America. This global outreach changed the church's self-perception. It was no longer just a struggling immigrant mission, but a sender of truth to the nations. As the dust settled on the frontier, the horse and buggy gave way to the engine of a new century, signaling that the era of isolated outposts was over. The foundations were now set in stone, but the voice of the church was about to grow louder and more integrated into the global conversation than ever before. The legacy of the patriarchs passed to a new generation of leaders who viewed the entire world, not just the American frontier, as their mission field. The ethnic hedges had been cleared. Lutheranism was no longer a collection of immigrant fragments, but a singular American force preparing for the trials of a global age. The foundations were deep, the roots were strong, and the stage was set. This is the end of the beginning and the start of the modernization. Join us tomorrow for part 2, where we explore the church's transition into the 20th century and its evolution into a global religious force. The history of American Lutheranism during the 20th and 21st centuries is an intricate study of a tradition moving from the periphery of immigrant life into the pulsating heart of the American religious mainstream. While Part 1 centered on the arduous tasks of planting seeds in a new land and defining an identity, Part 2 explores an era defined by systemic maturity, organizational consolidation, and global engagement. This modern epoch witnessed a shift away from ethnic isolationism, where language acted as both a shield and a barrier, toward a vision of organizational unity and active participation in the broader social spheres. The governing principle of this period rests on the reality that adaptive moves within the church are inherently transitory. As the societal landscape shifted from the rural enclaves of the 19th century to the suburban sprawl and globalized networks of the 21st, the solutions of the past required constant re-examination. This history is characterized by a merger fever that sought to unify fragmented synods into cohesive national bodies. It was an era of a growing realization that the church possessed a responsibility to address issues of justice and mercy far beyond its own denominational borders. From the linguistic revolution sparked by World War I to the explosive growth of the faith in the global South, the modernization of American Lutheranism is a testament to a tradition's effort. It is a tradition's effort to maintain its ancient theological soul while embracing a rapidly evolving American and global heart. The late 19th century represented a phase where American Lutheranism successfully transitioned from a collection of loosely associated parishes into a formidable institutional force. This metamorphosis was achieved through the deliberate establishment of an extensive network of diverse institutions. Future leaders were equipped to navigate a changing American culture without losing their Reformation grounding. This systemic expansion also manifested in a broadened social footprint. By establishing hospitals, orphanages, and social service organizations, the church demonstrated an integrated commitment to caring for the whole person. This institutional infrastructure provided a sense of stability and permanence that allowed the church to thrive even amidst organizational difficulties and shifting demographics. While formal leadership remained traditionally structured, the operational vitality of the modern church was significantly propelled by the organized efforts of women. Through the formation of independent mission societies, women carved out a space to lead. Their work fundamentally shaped the compassionate and missional character of the denomination throughout the era. Simultaneously, the church developed a sophisticated written culture. Dedicated publication houses produced thousands of periodicals and books that linked far-flung communities across the continent. This literary infrastructure provided the necessary framework for a unified theological discourse. It served as a key factor in maintaining a distinct Lutheran identity within a pluralistic society. Even as resources were taxed, a growing sense of confidence led many Lutherans to look toward a broader global horizon, joining the wider Protestant mission movement. By engaging in international work in Asia, Africa, and South America, American Lutherans began to perceive their church as part of a much larger global body. Domestically, the missionary impulse sought to push the boundaries of traditional enclaves, reaching marginalized groups, including African Americans and Native Americans. These missions represented a critical early attempt to create a more inclusive future for the church, laying the initial groundwork for the multicultural communion that defines the tradition today. The 20th century brought a painful confrontation with the language question. World War I acted as a catalyst by making the use of the German language a severe political and social liability. This external pressure forced many congregations to adopt English far more rapidly. Second and third generation families who were primarily English-speaking created an immediate and urgent need for new resources. This effort culminated in the creation of the Common Service, which unified the worship of many different Lutheran groups under a shared liturgical language. This shared way of worshiping became a powerful force for unity, proving that the heart of the Lutheran witness could survive even as its European linguistic containers were cast aside. As the linguistic barriers that had long defined the various Lutheran synods began to crumble, the functional rationale for maintaining dozens of ethnically distinct organizations dissipated. This realization heralded a prolonged era of mergers, driven by the conviction that a common faith in a modernizing America necessitated a more visible organizational unity. The catalyst for this consolidation was the 1918 formation of the United Lutheran Church in America, also known as the ULCA. By bringing together several older, primarily English-speaking synods of German heritage, the ULCA signaled that Lutheranism was successfully transitioning from a collection of immigrant outposts into a cohesive national American denomination. This merger served as the first major milestone in a century-long movement, proving that regional and historical differences could be overcome in favor of a pooled mission and a more unified voice. Following this achievement, the mid-20th century saw a merger fever that sought to unify the various Midwestern synods of German and Scandinavian heritage. The establishment of the American Lutheran Church in 1930 and its subsequent expansion in 1960 were pivotal in breaking down the walls between groups like Danes, Norwegians, and Germans. These consolidations allowed the church to coordinate resources for education, social services, and national missions on a scale that was previously unimaginable. The trajectory of institutional consolidation reached its zenith in 1988 with the formation of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, also known as the ELCA. By merging the ALC, the Lutheran Church in America, also known as the LCA, and the Association of Evangelical Lutheran Churches, also known as the AELC, this historic union created the largest Lutheran body in the United States. The ELCA emerged as a thoroughly American and ecumenical church, representing a diverse range of cultural and theological backgrounds. However, this massive merger was not the end of the story. It brought into sharp focus the ongoing internal debates regarding social issues and biblical interpretation that would continue to define the denomination's character. Accompanying this internal drive for unity was a renewed commitment to external ecumenical engagement. The ELCA spearheaded a series of full communion agreements with other major Christian traditions. These partnerships allow for the exchange of clergy and joint mission work, reflecting a profound commitment to the visible unity of the Christian church. This era also witnessed a historic high point in global dialogue with the signing of the 1999 Joint Declaration on the Doctrine of Justification by the Lutheran World Federation and the Roman Catholic Church. While these ecumenical strides were celebrated by many as signs of progress, they also sparked concern among more conservative segments of the church who feared that such deep cooperation might eventually lead to a loss of the unique Lutheran confessional witness. While the impulse toward merger and ecumenical openness defined one branch of American Lutheranism, a significant portion of the tradition maintained a path of institutional separation. To this day, the Lutheran Church, Missouri Synod, also known as the LCMS, remains largely apart from the broader ecumenical relationships and the Lutheran World Federation that characterize the ELCA. The reasoning behind this persistent division is rooted in a fundamental conviction that true church unity can only be found in total, uncompromised agreement on every point of doctrine. For the LCMS, the historic Lutheran confessions are not merely historical documents, but immutable standards of truth that must be protected from the diluting pressures of modern American culture. This stance of institutional independence is seen by its proponents as a necessary safeguard. The LCMS continues to prioritize internal doctrinal purity over broad organizational cooperation. In this view, the Americanization of the church, at least in its liberalizing forms, is a threat to be resisted rather than a goal to be pursued. Despite these deep-seated divisions, the two major branches of American Lutheranism have not existed in total isolation. A formal link persists through bodies like the Committee on Lutheran Cooperation. In 2003, for example, the two bodies agreed to hold substantive discussions to explore their deep theological differences. These dialogues are typically designed to foster mutual understanding rather than a merger. This ongoing fracture remains one of the most significant features of the modern Lutheran landscape. It highlights the persistent tension between American adaptation and confessional preservation. While the ELCA pursues a vision of wide ecumenical unity, the LCMS continues to champion a model of confessional rigor. This division ensures that Lutheranism in America remains a house with many rooms, each offering a distinct perspective on what it means to be a faithful heir to Martin Luther's Reformation in a pluralistic society. To comprehend the interior life of American Lutheranism, one must move beyond organizational charts and into the specific theological grammar that governs its worldview. The primary engine of this identity is the dialectical emphasis on law and gospel. This is the specific lens through which the tradition interprets the entirety of the biblical witness. In the modern era, theologians like Gerhard Ford championed this distinction, insisting that the gospel is not a piece of information, but a done deal, a radical promise that actually does what it says. Gerhard Ford reminded the church that the primary business of the faith is not the regulation of behavior, but the delivery of a promise that kills the old self and raises the new. Equally vital is the two kingdoms theology, a framework that was put to the ultimate test by Dietrich Bonhoeffer. He navigated the right hand of grace and the left hand of justice during the darkest hours of the 20th century. Developing this further, William Lazarus articulated how this two kingdoms approach frees the Christian to serve their neighbor in the public square out of gratitude rather than religious coercion. When it comes to the sacraments, few defended the real presence as fiercely as Hermann Sasse. He stood as a global sentinel for confessional realism against the rising tides of symbolic views. For Robert Preuss, the objective authority of the Word and the sacraments was the non-negotiable anchor, ensuring the Church remained faithful to its historic, immutable standards of truth. For Robert Jensen, the Lord's Supper was the primary way the community is fed and unified by the actual presence of Christ, providing a powerful sense of belonging independent of human emotions. This emphasis on the objective work of God anchors the faith in a life where grace is not a feeling, but a reality delivered through water, word, and bread. As the church moved into the 21st century, it encountered a landscape defined by institutional contraction and a profound identity crisis. The reason behind this struggle is the transition into what scholars call post-Christendom, a societal shift where the church no longer holds a central, privileged place in the cultural or political life of the nation. This reality has manifested in a steady numerical decline and a fraying of the old ethnic loyalties that once provided a steady stream of new members. Without the protective hedge of German or Scandinavian heritage, the tradition is forced to ask, what makes us uniquely Lutheran in a secularized world? This period of contraction has necessitated a painful but necessary era of self-reflection. The institutional challenges facing the ELCA and other bodies are not merely financial, but existential. The task at hand is to move away from maintaining large, inherited infrastructures and toward missional strategies that prioritize local community outreach and the articulation of the gospel in a pluralistic language. The challenge is to adapt these forms without losing the core theological heritage that defines the tradition. It is a search for a post-ethnic Lutheranism that can speak meaningfully to a culture that is increasingly skeptical of organized religion. While the North American and European branches of the tradition grapple with decline, the global landscape of Lutheranism is experiencing explosive growth in the two-thirds world, particularly in Africa and parts of Asia. This demographic shift is moving the center of gravity for the entire global communion. The methodology of this transition involves the development of contextual theologies, where the core insights of the Reformation are applied to non-Western social and cultural realities. These global partners are introducing new perspectives on economic justice, health, and community life that are challenging the traditional priorities of Western Lutheranism. This global dialogue is a major source of new life for the tradition. It serves as a reminder that the Reformation message is not a European relic, but a universal proclamation of grace. Despite the significant institutional and cultural challenges, the future of American Lutheranism holds the potential for a profound theological renewal. The reason for this optimism lies in the enduring power of the Reformation's core insights: grace alone, faith alone, and the theology of the cross. In a world defined by performance-based identities and deep political divisions, the Lutheran message of unconditional grace provides a liberating and grounding alternative. The path forward involves a delicate balance, a deep commitment to the historic confessional standards combined with a genuine openness to the wider ecumenical and interfaith world. The story of Lutheranism in America is a testament to the enduring power of grace and the relentless pursuit of identity in an ever-changing landscape. The path was paved with both fierce theological conviction and the pragmatic necessity of adaptation. Join us next week as we turn the page to a new chapter on denominations in America with Methodism in America. We will explore how the circuit riders and the zeal of the Wesleys set the American frontier ablaze with a different kind of spiritual fire. If you found this deep dive into our religious heritage valuable, don't miss a single installment of Theology Today. Click the subscribe button now to receive every update directly in your inbox. Ensure you are part of the journey. On a sweltering Sunday morning in 1776, an Anglican priest stood before his Virginia congregation, his hands trembling over the pages of the Book of Common Prayer. But on this morning, the glint of patriot muskets outside the chapel doors made one reality terrifyingly clear. To read those royal prayers was an act of treason punishable by the gallows. To omit them was a violation of a solemn oath sworn before Almighty God. This tense, localized crisis captured the grander, agonizing dilemma of Anglicanism in early America. The church was an institutional anomaly, a state church operating in a wild, fragmented frontier, and an episcopal hierarchy entirely lacking a resident bishop. The transplantation of Anglicanism to the American continent stands as one of the most complex institutional migrations in Atlantic history. Rather than a seamless extension, it was a church born from a politically driven 16th century fracture that synthesized a Protestant identity with traditional Catholic structures. In the American colonies, the institution lacked its defining hierarchical feature, a resident bishop, evolving instead into an entity heavily constrained by local lay control. The church experienced internal revitalization and transformation through the evangelical fervor of the Great Awakening and the intellectual currents of the Enlightenment. However, the deep institutional ties binding the colonial church to the British crown ultimately precipitated a catastrophic numerical and political collapse during the Revolutionary War. Stripped of its legal privileges, abandoned by much of its clergy, and viewed with intense suspicion by a newly sovereign populace, the church faced imminent extinction. Survival required nothing short of a complete structural reorganization and a democratic rebranding, transforming a provincial arm of the monarchy into an autonomous, distinctively American denomination. To comprehend the structural and theological anomalies of Anglicanism in early America, one must examine its turbulent genesis in Tudor England, which began as an act of statecraft. The initial schism in the 1530s was driven by political necessity rather than doctrinal innovation, catalyzed by Pope Clement VII's refusal to grant King Henry VIII an annulment from Catherine of Aragon. Through a series of parliamentary statutes, England enacted a total disavowal of the Pope's jurisdictional powers, affirming that the reigning monarch was the supreme governor of the Church of England. Crucially, this initial rupture introduced very little immediate alteration in Christian doctrine or liturgical practice, maintaining traditional Latin masses, clerical celibacy, and scholastic theology. The deliberate cooperation of the existing church hierarchy became foundational, allowing apologists to argue that their reformation restored the ancient historic church in England to its pristine pre-papal purity. Following Henry's death, his young son, Edward VI, steered the institution explicitly into the international Protestant camp, where continental Reformed theology was aggressively integrated into English practice. Because the English church was bound to the monarchy, its theological identity fluctuated violently during its first few decades, vacillating between the conservative traditionalism of Rome and the radical theology of the reformers. Seeking to stabilize a kingdom fractured by these religious reversals, Elizabeth initiated the Elizabethan religious settlement in 1559, consciously articulating a via media, a deliberate middle way. Until roughly 1660, the Church of England maintained a strongly Calvinistic theological outlook because Elizabeth's early ecclesiastical hierarchy was dominated by Marian exiles steeped in the systematic theology of the Swiss Reformation. The settlement achieved peace by anchoring the church on three pillars: traditional polity, preserving the ancient hierarchy of archbishops and bishops, and cultivating a deliberate, flexible doctrinal latitude. The settlement enforced a strict regime of practical uniformity, legally requiring all individuals to utilize the exact same texts, rituals, and clerical vestments during public worship. The primary instrument of this liturgical uniformity was the Book of Common Prayer, which served as the operational heart of the church. This insistence on outward conformity while allowing inner intellectual freedom provoked intense opposition from more radical Protestants who became known as Puritans. The Puritans demanded that the English church be thoroughly cleansed of its remaining popish ceremonies, such as the use of wedding rings, the sign of the cross in baptism, and clerical vestments. By the close of the 16th century, Anglican defenders found themselves fighting an intellectual war on two fronts, defending the peculiarities of their settlement against Roman Catholic counter-reformers and radical Puritans. Out of this dual opposition emerged the mature Anglican synthesis of the Via Media, presenting itself as a balanced, rational alternative constructed by harmonizing scripture, tradition, and human reason. By the reign of Elizabeth, the doctrinal boundaries of this synthesis were codified into a specific corpus of texts: the Book of Common Prayer, the Ordinal, the 39 Articles of Religion, and the 2 books of homilies. Unlike the rigid confessional systems of continental Protestantism, classical Anglicanism consciously avoided overly prescriptive dogmatic definitions, refusing to recognize any singular human authority or interpretation as absolute. While the historic episcopate was carefully preserved for good order and historical continuity, many leading Elizabethan and Jacobean theologians did not view it as a divine command essential for the existence of a true church. The church maintained its right to adapt its ministry, ceremonies, and even doctrine to meet changing eras, yet this capacity was strictly circumscribed by an unwavering appeal to Holy Scripture containing all things necessary for salvation. Complementing this scriptural primacy was a unique appreciation for the role of human reason, viewed as the very tool through which the authority of Scripture is discerned and applied. This intellectual triad was famously summarized by the 17th century theologian Jeremy Taylor, who observed that while Scripture, tradition, councils, and fathers constitute essential evidence, human reason must sit as the ultimate judge. The primary architect of this entire theological methodology was Thomas Cranmer, the first Protestant Archbishop of Canterbury, who recognized that the most effective way to reform minds was through daily prayer. He operated under the ancient maxim lex orandi, lex credendi, The law of prayer establishes the law of belief, believing a community could fundamentally pray and worship itself into true spiritual reform, ensuring the theology of the Via Media was audibly reinforced. By translating the ancient Latin rites into majestic English prose, Cranmer democratized access, replacing private devotions with public corporate worship, an exact liturgical machinery that travelers would soon transport to North America. The religious heritage of the Via Media crossed the Atlantic not as an abstract theology, but as an embedded component of English imperial identity, commencing with the settlement of Jamestown, Virginia in 1607. In the decades that followed, the Church of England secured legal establishment across the southern tier of colonies, including Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, as well as within select counties of New York. Virginia provided the church with its earliest footing and its most physically visible colonial presence, backed by provincial legislative mandates as early as 1619. By 1750, this patron-backed expansion made the Chesapeake the absolute center of gravity for colonial Anglicanism, containing more than 150 parishes, accounting for over half of all Anglican congregations in British North America. Toward the close of the 17th century, parish life in the Chesapeake began to turn a corner through the arrival of several energetic priests such as Thomas Bray, who systematically revitalized languishing parishes. Concurrently, James Blair arrived in Virginia in 1689, acting as the official commissary of the Bishop of London, injecting new institutional discipline and securing a charter for the College of William and Mary. Founded specifically to educate a homegrown priesthood, the college weathered severe operational struggles in its opening decades to become an indispensable engine of colonial Anglican identity. Recognizing that the colonial church could not survive on local resources alone, Thomas Bray returned to England and in 1701 successfully chartered the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts, also known as SPG. This voluntary missionary society revolutionized the colonial religious landscape by amassing vast financial pools and recruiting dedicated priests to cross the Atlantic. Before the outbreak of the American Revolution, the society dispatched over 600 clergymen who successfully planted more than 300 churches, primarily directed toward the middle colonies of Pennsylvania and New York. They even pushed directly into the hostile territory of Puritan New England. By focusing on regions where the Church of England lacked legal establishment, SPG missionaries provoked sharp sectarian friction. In New England, their proselytizing yielded stunning high-profile conversions. Most notably, Samuel Johnson and several prominent faculty members of the newly established Yale College publicly defected to Anglicanism. This steady encroachment by an aggressive state church deeply alarmed the non-Anglican majority, who viewed the growth of these missions as a direct threat to their own religious and political liberties. Despite these missionary achievements, colonial Anglicanism was structurally crippled by a fundamental anomaly. It was an Episcopal church operating entirely without a bishop. Because no prelate ever set foot in colonial America, the church lacked mechanisms for local ordinations. Anyone seeking holy orders was forced to endure a dangerous, expensive transatlantic voyage simply to be ordained. This total administrative vacuum allowed the colonial laity to step forward as the dominant governing force, where power concentrated within local elected vestries composed of wealthy provincial elites. These vestries effectively controlled the financial levers of the parish, asserting the right to hire, compensate, and dismiss their ministers at will, treating priests as hired hands rather than spiritual authorities. Even the long tenure of Commissary James Blair in Virginia failed to solve this institutional weakness. Blair and a succession of royal governors frequently worked at cross purposes, undermining internal stability. This hierarchical dysfunction was exacerbated by American geography. Ministers routinely sent desperate letters to England complaining about the brutal distances they were forced to travel across wilderness terrain. Despite these geographic obstructions, by 1750, the Middle Colonies boasted 60 functioning Anglican parishes, and even New England had been successfully penetrated by more than 40 congregations through the SPG and SPCK. However, this growth masked an increasingly fragile imperial position as Anglicanism faced intense competition from non-Anglican British Protestants, particularly the massive waves of Ulster Scots Presbyterians entering the colonies. Compounding these external challenges, the church largely failed to capitalize on the century's most potent religious movement, even though the renowned revivalist George Whitefield was himself an ordained Anglican clergyman. Nervous about his highly unorthodox itinerant methods and deeply suspicious of the emotional enthusiasm he generated, colonial Anglican leaders overwhelmingly distanced themselves from his revivals, choosing institutional isolation. Ultimately, 18th century Anglican bishops could never muster enough political capital in London to convince the ruling elite to establish a local colonial episcopate, consistently subordinating the church to commercial interests. Incapable of securing a local bishop, colonial Anglicanism occupied an incredibly precarious position. Even before the political tremors of the American Revolution tore through the continent, the structural foundations of this impressive missionary expansion were built upon shifting sand. The middle decades of the 18th century brought a massive spiritual upheaval that fundamentally challenged the calm, orderly structures of colonial Anglicanism, developing out of pietist convictions transported across the Atlantic by waves of immigrants. These continental and Presbyterian groups emphasized an intensely personal, emotionally felt experience of divine grace over passive intellectual assent to church doctrines. These localized, scattered revivals were successfully welded into a unified intercolonial movement through the spectacular preaching tour of an English Anglican priest, George Whitefield, arriving in October 1739. Whitefield possessed a rare combination of personal integrity, unmatched theatrical eloquence, and an eclectic theological blend that synthesized traditional Anglican liturgical identity, continental pietism, and Calvinist doctrine. Defying the active resistance of localized parish clergy who resented his unannounced intrusions, Whitefield preached wherever he could, routinely taking his message into the open fields to address vast crowds. The popular style popularized by Whitefield and the New England Congregationalist theologian Jonathan Edwards introduced a highly dramatic form of public ministry. Whitefield abandoned the polished scholarly manuscript reading favored by traditional ministers, opting instead for an extemporaneous, highly passionate delivery designed to provoke an immediate internal crisis. By offering emotionally raw forms of public worship and the absolute promise of an instantaneous conversion experience, the revivalists spoke directly to the deep psychological anxieties of colonists. Faced with this aggressive spiritual competition, conventional Anglican clergymen who stubbornly clung to formal, rational styles of worship and preaching found themselves at a severe disadvantage. In response, an influential faction of low church Anglican clergy began to intentionally adapt their ministries to match the tactics of their evangelical rivals, systematically downplaying the objective efficacy of the sacraments. They downplayed the necessity of the historic priesthood and the strict boundaries of the Book of Common Prayer, elevating individual spiritual enthusiasm and the necessity of a recognizable conversion experience. This internal theological pivot rapidly transformed the physical space of the churches themselves, abandoning the traditional architectural focus on the altar and chancel. Church interiors were remodeled to resemble nonconformist congregational meeting houses, effectively centering the entire experience of public worship around massive three-tiered pulpits. This evangelical shift was deeply polarizing, and the widespread controversies generated by the Great Awakening ultimately produced a powerful counter-movement among more conservative colonists, as the emotional excesses and bitter congregational schisms of the revivals alienated colonists. The Anglican Church began to win a substantial number of converts who were seeking an island of liturgical stability. The brand of Anglicanism that successfully secured a foothold in New England was decidedly high church in character, aggressively emphasizing its historic differences to present a rational, ordered refuge. This bold stance proved highly attractive to intellectuals, famously maintaining the allegiance of the 7 Yale apostates who had left the standing Congregationalist order to defend the historic episcopate. While the lower and middle tiers of colonial society were fractured, the highly educated provincial elite drifted toward a very different intellectual challenge: the Enlightenment and the philosophy of deism. Prominent colonial figures such as Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, James Madison, and John Adams all came deeply under the influence of deist thought, posing a quiet but existential threat to the church. This rationalistic critique of traditional orthodoxy was particularly entrenched among the wealthy tobacco planters of Virginia, systematically eroding the ruling class's commitment to the doctrines of the state church. Ultimately, the complex environment of the American wilderness automatically imposed low church operational characteristics on the denomination, rendered completely farcical by the continued absence of a resident bishop. Because there were no bishops present to lay hands on candidates, the sacrament of confirmation was completely unavailable. Colonial children were simply examined by their local parish priests before being admitted to communion, with Holy Communion offered incredibly infrequently long before the first shots of the Revolutionary War were fired. The daily experience of American Anglican worship had become structurally decentralized and functionally low church. The gathering storm of the American Revolution pushed the deep-seated structural contradictions of colonial Anglicanism to a breaking point, catching the church in a vice between its historic identity and the surging tide of American nationalism. The crisis struck the clergy with particular severity. At their ordination in London, every Anglican priest had sworn a solemn, binding oath of allegiance to the British monarch. This liturgical obligation included explicit public prayers for the health, prosperity, and military triumph of King George III. As the colonies declared independence, continuing to read these royal prayers became a radical political act, widely viewed by provincial patriots as outright treason. In New England and the Middle Colonies, where the church was a minority institution largely dependent on the SPG, the vast majority of priests maintained their loyalist convictions. In sharp contrast, the wealthy planters and vestrymen who dominated the Southern establishments overwhelmingly championed the patriot cause, exerting immense pressure on their local ministers to eliminate all references to the king. The consequences for the loyalist clergy who refused to compromise were immediate and severe. In patriot-dominated strongholds, Anglican churches were forcibly shut down by local committees of safety. Priests who persisted in praying for the king were dragged from their pulpits, subjected to public humiliation, and occasionally tarred and feathered. To escape this systemic persecution, a massive exodus of Anglican leadership occurred, with hundreds of loyalist clergymen fleeing behind British lines, returning to England, or migrating to Canada. This sudden loss of personnel struck a devastating blow to the church's daily operational life. By the end of the war, the majority of Anglican pulpits across the northern and middle states sat completely vacant. The situation was equally bleak in the South. Although a portion of the clergy sympathized with the revolution, the physical destruction of the war left their parishes in ruins, with churches converted into barracks or stables. The success of the American Revolution made a state church tied to an overseas monarchy politically impossible, moving independent state legislatures to sever all formal ties through disestablishment. Stripped of this state-enforced financial lifeline, the church was forced to compete on equal terms with surging, highly aggressive denominations like the Baptists and Methodists in a voluntary marketplace. Furthermore, the legal assault escalated to outright expropriation. In states like Virginia, the legislature eventually passed measures to confiscate the church's historic land endowments, known as glebe lands. By the time the Treaty of Paris formally recognized American independence in 1783, the Anglican Church in the United States had experienced a catastrophic institutional collapse, viewed by a suspicious public as a lingering bastion of British imperialism. The challenge confronting surviving American Anglicans in the wake of the peace treaty was unprecedented. They had to rebuild a highly hierarchical, sacramental church from the ground up, entirely without state financial support or a single resident bishop. The primary architect of the subsequent reconstruction was William White, a brilliant, politically moderate priest who had served as a chaplain to the Continental Congress. In 1782, White published a seminal pamphlet recognizing that the survival of the church depended on its willingness to detach its ancient theology from British monarchical structures and completely embrace Republican values. He argued that the laity must be granted a direct, democratic voice in the governance of the church, a radical departure from traditional English practice where lay people were excluded from ecclesiastical councils. White's democratic vision was quickly challenged by a rival movement originating in New England, where a group of high church clergymen secretly met in 1783 and selected Samuel Seabury to serve as their bishop. Seabury, a staunch wartime loyalist, believed that the restoration of the historic episcopate, the unbroken chain of bishops stretching back to the apostles, was the absolute first step required to validate the church's existence. Seabury sailed to England to seek consecration, but the bishops of the Church of England were legally prohibited from ordaining any candidate who refused to swear the traditional oath of allegiance to the British crown. Refusing to take the oath, Seabury traveled north to Scotland, where he successfully received episcopal consecration in November 1784 from the non-juring bishops of the Episcopal Church in Scotland. Seabury's unilateral action threatened to tear the fragile American church apart as his high church, loyalist-leaning faction in New England stood in stark opposition to the more democratic factions in the middle and southern states. To counter Seabury's move and secure a line of succession recognized by the mother country, William White and Samuel Provoost of New York traveled to London in 1787. Thanks to a special act of Parliament that waived the oath of allegiance for foreign candidates, both men were successfully consecrated as bishops by the Archbishop of Canterbury. With two rival lines of bishops now present on American soil, the resolution was achieved at a historic General Convention held in Philadelphia in 1789, forming the Protestant Episcopal Church in the United States of America. The resulting organizational structure was an ingenious constitutional compromise that mirrored the federal architecture of the new United States government, adopting a bicameral legislature to govern its affairs. The House of Bishops, an independent body consisting of all consecrated bishops, preserved the historic, traditional authority of the hierarchy over spiritual matters. The House of Deputies, a democratic chamber composed of equal numbers of elected clergy and lay representatives from every state diocese, ensured that no church law or doctrine could be enacted without the direct consent of the laity. At the same 1789 convention, the newly unified church finalized its first American revision of the 1662 Book of Common Prayer, scrubbing all remaining prayers for the British monarchy. It introduced subtle liturgical modifications championed by Bishop Seabury that brought the American Eucharistic service into closer alignment with ancient Scottish and Eastern Orthodox models. While the Episcopal Church was successfully reinventing itself as a democratic denomination, the mass exodus of over 40,000 Loyalist refugees into the Canadian Maritime provinces completely transformed the religious landscape. Unlike their American counterparts who embraced republicanism, these exiled loyalists clung fiercely to their British identity and their devotion to the crown. Consequently, Canadian Anglicanism did not undergo a democratic rebranding. Instead, the institution received massive influxes of financial support from the SPG, the British Crown, and the provincial legislatures who viewed the church as an essential conservative bulwark. In 1787, Charles Inglis, the former Loyalist rector of Trinity Church in New York City, who had been forced to flee during the war, was consecrated as the Bishop of Nova Scotia. This historic consecration made Charles Inglis the very first colonial bishop in the history of the British Empire. Thus, the fires of the American Revolution ultimately produced a bifurcated legacy, a decentralized, democratically governed Episcopal Church in the new republic, and a highly traditional, crown-supported Anglican Church in Canada. Having successfully navigated the trauma of the Revolution by establishing a unique democratic structure that balanced lay and episcopal power, the newly rebranded Protestant Episcopal Church secured its institutional survival. However, this hard-won independence from the British Crown did not bring internal tranquility. Instead, the stabilizing structures of the late 18th century laid the groundwork for an era of fierce theological polarization, as competing factions would soon battle over the very soul and identity of the church in the century to come. Join us tomorrow as we continue this explanation of Anglicanism in America, Part 2. The birth of American Anglicanism was an agonizing paradox. It was an Episcopal church that thrived for 2 centuries without a single bishop, an arm of the British Crown in a wild frontier, and a tradition that bound its clergy to royal prayers even as patriot muskets lined the chapel doors. When the fires of the Revolution cleared, the newly christened Episcopal Church found itself stripped of state funding, abandoned by leaders, and deeply loathed as a bastion of British tyranny. Survival demanded a complete reinvention, fusing ancient apostolic order with modern republican representation. Yet, this hard-won stability was merely the calm before a greater storm. By severing its ties to the crown, the American church unleashed its internal factions to battle for its very soul, setting the stage for a century of fierce theological civil war. The traditions of evangelical pietism, high church sacramentalism, and Anglo-Catholic revivalism did not merely coexist. They actively jockeyed for dominance, establishing rival seminaries and advancing divergent missionary methodologies. The growth of autonomous provinces across North America, including the distinct structural evolution of Canadian Anglicanism, mirrored the broader expansion of global missionary networks, catalyzing the formation of the global Anglican Communion. The introduction of radical revisions to traditional understandings of holy orders and human sexuality fractured the global body. Today, the Anglican landscape in North America stands deeply realigned, caught between a liberalized establishment and a burgeoning traditionalist counter-movement. The internal life of the 19th century Episcopal Church was characterized by a profound tripolar theological tension that permanently altered its institutional DNA, functioning as an umbrella for distinct factions: evangelicals, high churchmen, and later, broad church liberals. The first major force was evangelical Anglicanism, indebted to the 18th century revivals. For American evangelicals, the center of gravity was the individual experience of conversion and justification by faith alone. Evangelicals minimize liturgical precision, viewing the true church as an invisible fellowship. This dictated an eager willingness to cooperate with non-Anglican Protestant denominations in missionary enterprises and social reform. In direct opposition stood the high church movement, viewing pan-Protestant cooperation as a dangerous dilution. For them, the Christian life was anchored objectively in the visible church and the grace of holy baptism. The cornerstones of high church theology were apostolic succession and ministerial authority, maintaining that the episcopate was an essential component of the church's divine constitution, linking it directly to the apostles. This polarization manifested in rival institutional ecosystems. The High Church Party found its home at the General Theological Seminary in New York, while the Evangelicals established the Virginia Theological Seminary. A precise parallel occurred within Canadian Anglicanism, where the High Church Trinity College stood in sharp institutional and theological contrast to the Evangelical Wycliffe College, institutionalizing the divide. The mid-19th century witnessed an intensification of these tensions with the arrival of the Oxford movement from England, which advanced a radical recovery of the Church's Catholic heritage and sacramental theology. When these ideas crossed the Atlantic, they catalyzed Anglo-Catholicism, causing institutional trauma. The movement's critique of the Reformation provoked panic, escalating into highly publicized ecclesiastical trials of bishops. The theological crisis deepened when several prominent clergy seceded to the Roman Catholic Church. The most shocking defection was Levi Silliman Ives, the sitting bishop of North Carolina, whose conversion sent shockwaves. Despite departures, Anglo-Catholicism transformed the landscape, fueling a massive revival of Gothic architecture and advanced ceremonialism, including vestments, incense, and altar candles, which migrated into mainstream worship. The escalation of ritualism pushed the evangelical wing to a breaking point. In 1773, George David Cummins, assistant bishop of Kentucky, believing the church was drifting toward sacerdotalism, led a group out of the denomination. In 1874, this exiting faction established the Reformed Episcopal Church. The REC sought to preserve a Protestant liturgy stripped of any language implying baptismal regeneration or the physical real presence. By provoking the departure of its most articulate evangelical leaders, the Episcopal Church lost its internal equilibrium, leaving the field open to be reshaped by high churchmen, Anglo-Catholics, and broad church liberals. A third voice gained prominence: broad church liberalism, which sought to engage with modern intellectual trends. A foundational manifesto was the Memorial, presented by William Augustus Muhlenberg, advocating liturgical flexibility. This broad church ecumenical impulse found its definitive expression in the Chicago-Lambeth Quadrilateral of 1886, formulated as an explicit proposal distilling the essence of Catholic order and Protestant liberty. The Quadrilateral perfectly embodied late 19th century Anglicanism, attempting to position the Episcopal Church as a unique bridge church capable of uniting the Catholic and Protestant worlds. While the American Church navigated these divisions, Canadian Anglicanism underwent a parallel evolution. Between 1839 and 1854, a series of legislative decisions systematically stripped the Canadian Church of state funding. Forced to rely on their own resources, Canadian Anglicans pioneered models of church self-government, successfully petitioning for the legal recognition of diocesan synods that uniquely included lay representation. Expanding westward, this body eventually made a complete psychological break from the mother country, formally changing its name to the Anglican Church of Canada in 1955, entering the 20th century thoroughly tested by internal fires. The transformation of Anglicanism from a localized Anglo-American institution into a sprawling global communion represents a complex historical process driven by missionary zeal, colonial expansion, and a shifting understanding of interdependence. In the United States, expansion was systematically formalized by the General Convention of 1835, which declared that the church itself was the primary missionary society and that every baptized member was intrinsically a member. This shift introduced the missionary bishop sent out into the frontier as the primary catalyst to plant congregations and establish the institutional framework from scratch. Figures like Jackson Kemper became instrumental across the American West. A parallel dynamic unfolded within Canadian Anglicanism, deeply intertwined with the geopolitical realities of British North America and enterprises like the Hudson's Bay Company, where missionaries traveled alongside traders. The establishment of the Diocese of Rupert's Land in 1849 served as a vital base for extensive missionary outreach to indigenous populations and emerging settlements. As the Canadian Pacific Railway pushed westward in the late 19th century, the church followed the tracks, establishing dioceses in rapid succession to firmly implant Anglican structures from the Atlantic to the Pacific. On the global stage, the expansion of Anglicanism was inextricably bound up with the growth of the British Empire. As British colonial authority expanded, the Church of England accompanied the imperial apparatus. Initially, colonial chaplains provided spiritual care to British personnel. However, the creation of the colonial episcopate, accelerated by the Colonial Bishoprics Fund in 1841, fundamentally altered this dynamic. Bishops were dispatched to colonial capitals, transforming chaplaincies into permanent diocesan structures. Indigenous populations increasingly adapted the liturgy and theology, laying the groundwork for leadership that would outgrow paternalism. The inevitable decline of direct British imperial control throughout the late 19th and 20th centuries necessitated a radical legal restructuring of these colonial dioceses. The solution was the development of the autonomous province. Through legal precedents, dioceses organized into self-governing national churches, independent of the Church of England, yet choosing full communion with Canterbury. This marked the birth of the modern Anglican Communion, a voluntary association of distinct, self-governing national churches bound together by shared history and instruments of mutual affection rather than legal coercion. The primary instrument and the focus of unity for the entire communion is the Archbishop of Canterbury, recognized as the primus inter pares, or first among equals, among the world's Anglican primates. The second instrument is the Lambeth Conference, first convened by Archbishop Charles Longley in 1867 in response to a request from Canadian bishops who desired a global council to address pressing theological controversies. Meeting roughly every 10 years, the Lambeth Conference gathers all active bishops from across the globe. The resolutions passed at Lambeth carry profound moral and theological weight, though they lack the force of canon law. The third instrument, the Primates Meeting, was established in 1978 by Archbishop Donald Coggan to provide an opportunity for regular, nimble consultation among the senior archbishops of the various provinces. This body was designed to address urgent administrative and theological crises that might arise between the decennial Lambeth conferences. The fourth instrument is the Anglican Consultative Council, created in 1968. Distinct from the others, the ACC includes representation not only from bishops, but also from priests, deacons, and laypersons elected by each province. This council focuses on practical coordination in areas of mission, ecumenism, and social justice, ensuring that the voice of the laity is integrated into the global governance structure. Together, these four instruments were intended to bind the communion together through bonds of affection, relying on mutual respect and shared theological inheritance rather than legal coercion. The middle and late decades of the 20th century witnessed a profound internal transformation within North American Anglicanism, shifting the focus to a radical renegotiation of how the church worshiped and engaged with the modern landscape. For nearly 4 centuries, Anglican identity was defined by the phrase lex orandi, lex credendi, the law of prayer is the law of belief. However, mid-century biblical scholarship and patristic retrieval catalyzed the liturgical movement. This movement sought to recover the practices of the early church, shifting the focus of Sunday worship from morning prayer to the Holy Eucharist, culminating in the authorization of the 1979 Book of Common Prayer. The 1979 revision introduced a radical paradigm shift, modernizing language, elevating holy baptism to a primary public sacrament, and repositioning the altar to allow the priest to face the congregation for a participatory atmosphere. Despite scholarly acclaim, the 1979 book provoked intense resistance. For many traditionalists, the abandonment of Cranmerian language and shifts regarding the Eucharistic sacrifice represented a betrayal of classic identity. The implementation caused significant pastoral disruption and served as a primary catalyst for the continuing church movement, which sought to preserve the 1928 liturgy and traditional theology in independent jurisdictions. Simultaneously, the Episcopal Church was forced to confront its historical complicity in systemic racial injustice. Long caricatured as the Republican Party at prayer. Due to its wealthy membership, the church possessed a complex record. While many leaders historically favored stability, a powerful countercurrent asserted itself. Figures like Jonathan Daniels, an Episcopal seminarian, traveled south and was brutally martyred in Alabama in 1965 while shielding a young black activist. The General Convention enacted progressive resolutions culminating in the special program launched by presiding Bishop John Hines in 1967, channeling significant financial resources directly to self-determination projects in marginalized Black communities. The momentum of social liberation extended to gender equity. The push for the ordination of women reached a flashpoint on July 29, 1974, when 3 retired bishops defied canon law and ordained 11 women to the priesthood. Throwing the church into a canonical tailspin, the General Convention of 1976 voted to formally alter the canons to permit the ordination of women to all 3 orders of ministry, retroactively regularizing the ordinations. Convinced the church had broken from apostolic order, a substantial coalition of traditionalists gathered in 1977 at the Congress of St. Louis, issuing a manifesto rejecting the ordination of women and the 1979 prayer book. The trajectory toward gender inclusivity continued, reaching another milestone in 1989 with the consecration of Barbara Harris as suffragan Bishop of Massachusetts, making her the first woman bishop in the communion. The Anglican Church of Canada followed a very similar path, ordaining its first women priests in 1976 and consecrating its first female bishop, Victoria Matthews, in 1994. By the final decades of the 20th century, leadership was increasingly dominated by a progressive theological methodology, finding its most articulate and controversial exponent in John Shelby Spong, Bishop of Newark. Spong utilized his platform to advocate for a radical re-theologizing of Christianity, discarding traditional doctrines like the virgin birth and the bodily resurrection, arguing they were pre-modern myths. This progressive framework inevitably focused on the ethical evaluation of human sexuality. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, grassroots movements pushed for the full inclusion and affirmation of LGBT Christians. Traditionalists countered this momentum by appealing to the consistent witness of Scripture and the explicit resolutions of the Global Communion, most notably Resolution 110 of the 1998 Lambeth Conference. This resolution stated that homosexual practice was incompatible with Scripture and advised against the legitimizing of same-sex unions, establishing a profound global standard. The domestic leadership, however, viewed this through the lens of civil rights and baptismal equality, setting the stage for an unprecedented institutional crisis that would shatter the structural unity of the communion. The latent theological, anthropological, and hermeneutical tensions finally erupted into an institutional civil war at the dawn of the 21st century. The flashpoint was the choice by North American dioceses to bypass global consensus, permanently transforming the domestic ecclesiastical landscape. The tipping point occurred during the General Convention of the Episcopal Church in the summer of 2003. The convention formally consented to the historic election of Gene Robinson as the bishop coadjutor of the Diocese of New Hampshire. Robinson was an openly gay man living in a committed, non-celibate relationship. This decision was a direct, explicit challenge to the moral framework affirmed by the Global Episcopate at Lambeth 5 years prior. The consecration of Robinson in November 2003 sent immediate shockwaves through the global Anglican Communion. The response from the global South, the rapidly growing, highly conservative provinces of Africa, Asia, and South America, was immediate and fierce. Primates representing tens of millions of Anglicans declared that the Episcopal Church had officially broken communion. They argued that the leadership was introducing a false gospel that fractured the visible unity of Christ's church. In an attempt to manage the escalating crisis, the Archbishop of Canterbury appointed an international commission. This global panel produced the definitive Windsor Report in 2004 to address the fracturing body. The document called for a strict moratorium on the consecration of bishops in same-sex relationships. It also suggested creating an Anglican communion covenant to bind provinces to a shared disciplinary framework. However, the proposed covenant ultimately failed to gain widespread adoption across the international provinces. Progressive dioceses viewed it as a threat to autonomy, while traditionalists deemed it too weak to enforce orthodoxy. Traditionalist parishes and entire dioceses began to seek ways to sever their ties with their parent denominations. They looked for paths out of the establishment without losing their wider, global Anglican identity. This deep structural migration was actively facilitated by the intervention of vibrant global South primates. They exercised cross-border jurisdictions, taking American and Canadian parishes under their direct spiritual oversight. This fragmented traditionalist diaspora was eventually unified into a single cohesive alternative structure. In 2008, a massive international gathering of traditionalist leaders convened in Jerusalem for the first GAFCON. This historic global assembly issued the foundational Jerusalem Declaration as its core document. The manifesto firmly affirmed the supreme authority of Scripture, the creeds, and traditional moral theology. Crucially, GAFCON provided the global backing necessary for the launch of a new domestic jurisdiction. In June 2009, the Anglican Church in North America, or ACNA, was formally established. This province successfully united former Episcopalians, Canadian Anglicans, and members of the Reformed Episcopal Church. They brought various missionary networks under a single provincial umbrella with Robert Duncan as primate. The classic establishment prioritized progressive adaptation and the prioritization of lived experience. In stark contrast, the ACNA anchored its identity in strict adherence to classical biblical orthodoxy. Holy matrimony became fully egalitarian with the liturgical blessing of same-sex unions in older structures. The ACNA defined marriage strictly as the lifelong union between one man and one woman. While the older bodies remained aligned with traditional European structures and the historic See of Canterbury, the ACNA stood deeply aligned with the massive demographic of the Global South and GAFCON. The creation of the ACNA provided a refuge for traditionalists, but historical party tensions remained. The province operates as a complex coalition, including strict Anglo-Catholics, classic evangelicals, and charismatics. The most pressing internal challenge facing the ACNA remains the question of the ordination of women. Anglo-Catholic dioceses refuse to recognize these orders, leading to an ongoing negotiation of shared communion. Global South leaders have explicitly stated they can no longer recognize Canterbury as the true focus of unity. The historical model of global unity based on voluntary bonds of affection is rapidly fracturing. The legacy of the Anglican in America proves that the Church has always been a house negotiated, pulled between ancient order and modern transformation. As the structural lines continue to crack and realign across the globe, every believer is left standing at a historical crossroads. The choices made today will permanently map the terrain of faith for generations to come. As you look at this fractured landscape, do you believe Anglicanism's ultimate survival relies on adapting to cultural evolution or anchoring firmly to historic orthodoxy? Can a global church family truly endure when its foundational bonds of affection are broken? Where do you see the center of spiritual gravity shifting next? If you want to continue uncovering the deep stories, forgotten histories, and profound theological battles that shape our modern world, make sure to support our work. Hit the like button, share your perspective in the comments below, and subscribe to Theology Today to never miss an episode in this journey through the history of faith. In the middle of the 18th century, a single Anglican preacher named George Whitefield stood in an open field in Pennsylvania, speaking to a crowd of 30,000 people. nearly the entire population of Philadelphia at the time. He did not ask for their denominational credentials, and they did not ask for his. In that moment, the rigid walls of European ecclesiastical tradition began to crumble, replaced by a raw, personal, and distinctly American spiritual energy. This was the birth of a revolution that would eventually redefine the landscape of global Christianity. It is a story not of grand cathedrals or ancient hierarchies, but of the frontier, the tent revival, and the local community. It is the story of non-denominationalism, the great American religious experiment, where the freedom to choose one's faith became as sacred as the faith itself. The history of American Christianity is often told through the lens of institutional giants, the great denominations that carved the continent. Yet beneath and alongside these structured monoliths, a more fluid, adaptive, and increasingly dominant force has been at work: non-denominationalism. Far from being a modern fad, the non-denominational impulse is woven into the very fabric of the American experiment. It represents a fundamental shift in how the individual relates to the divine and how the community organizes its spiritual life, moving away from inherited European hierarchies toward a model of voluntary association and local self-determination. Understanding the ascent of non-denominationalism requires more than a tally of numbers. It demands an investigation into the structural necessities of the frontier, the theological yearning for primitive apostolic purity, and the uniquely American marriage of democratic values with religious practice. This narrative explores the evolution of a movement that began as a functional necessity in the colonies. It transformed into a weapon of conservative protest during the modernist crises, and eventually became the cultural norm for a generation that views denominational labels as vestigial relics of a bygone era. The genesis of non-denominationalism in America was not initially a matter of theological rebellion, but of geographic and logistical reality. When the first European settlers arrived, they brought with them the state church mentalities of the Old World. However, the vast, untamed landscape of the New World acted as a natural solvent for these rigid structures. In the 17th century, the sheer physical scale of the American colonies made the maintenance of centralized denominational authority an impossible task. For Puritan congregations in New England, the distance from England meant that local churches were forced into a state of functional independence. This was not a choice made in a vacuum, it was a structural necessity. Without a proximal bishop or a central synod to adjudicate disputes, the local congregation became the primary unit of religious governance. This Puritan congregational autonomy established a critical precedent. It ingrained the idea that a body of believers possessed the inherent right to determine its own affairs. It gave them the responsibility to elect its own leaders and interpret Scripture without external interference. The practice of self-determination created a blueprint for the independent churches that would later explicitly reject denominational labels altogether. The demographic makeup of the colonies further eroded the possibility of a unified national church. Unlike the homogeneous landscapes of Europe, the American colonies were a patchwork of competing convictions. Because no single group could claim absolute dominance, the concept of a state church became increasingly impractical and eventually politically untenable. In a land where no church was officially the church, every church was, in a sense, a voluntary sect. This pluralism by design fostered a cultural expectation of religious choice. The individual was the final arbiter of their religious affiliation. This voluntary association principle is the bedrock of non-denominationalism. It posits that the church exists because individuals choose to gather. Parallel to these shifts was a powerful theological driver, primitivism. Many early American believers were possessed by a quest for the truly apostolic church. There was a growing suspicion that centuries of church history had served only to obscure the simple ancient order of things found in the New Testament. They sought to bypass the historical developments of the Middle Ages and the Reformation to recapture the purity of the first century church. They argued that the Bible provided a sufficient and complete manual, rendering the party names of Methodism, Presbyterianism, or Lutheranism unnecessary. The challenges of surviving and thriving in a new nation necessitated a degree of cooperation that transcended ecclesial boundaries. This created a paradox, a fierce insistence on local independence paired with a willingness to partner with rival groups for the sake of the mission. This early period provided the essential ingredients: structural independence, individual choice, and biblical sufficiency. These foundations ensured that when the fires of revivalism swept through in the following century, the old institutional dams would be unable to contain the flood. If the colonial era provided the structural skeleton for independent Christianity, the era of the Great Awakenings provided its pulse. During the 18th and 19th centuries, a series of seismic religious upheavals fundamentally altered the American landscape. These revivals demonstrated that spiritual transformation, the new birth, was not a commodity controlled by a specific ecclesiastical brand. The 18th century revivals, led by figures such as Jonathan Edwards and the itinerant George Whitefield, introduced a radical concept: the trans-denominational spiritual movement. Whitefield, an Anglican, preached to Presbyterians, Congregationalists, and Baptists alike, signaling that the message was more vital than the ecclesiastical vehicle. This era established a precedent where conversion happened through parachurch ministries rather than exclusively within institutional churches. This shift effectively demoted the denomination from being the sole gatekeeper of salvation to being one of many possible venues for it. By the 19th century, this impulse toward independence crystallized into new forms. Gospel tabernacles began to appear, mining a rich vein of American religiosity. These entities proved that large, vibrant congregations could thrive and sustain themselves without any formal affiliation to a distant denominational headquarters. Simultaneously, the Restoration movement gained momentum. Driven by American primitivism, these believers sought to scrap the corrupt traditions of the past. They claimed direct continuity with early Christianity, bypassing centuries of European church history in favor of a simple, Bible-only identity. A fascinating byproduct was the rise of cooperative evangelicalism. Independent-minded groups realized their unity could be manifested through hearty cooperation. This led to the birth of a vast network of interdenominational societies focused on collaborative efforts to print and disseminate Scripture. This included partnerships for the preservation of Sunday observance and the formation of the Sunday School Union and the Evangelical Alliance. This noble rivalry stimulated a surge in Christian activity. It allowed different groups to multiply the agencies for Christianizing the land while maintaining their local autonomy. The Methodist movement also played a pivotal role. They developed intense spiritual disciplines while remaining largely Anglican in their formal doctrine. This demonstrated a group could possess a rigorous internal culture without immediately severing ties. However, the pragmatic success of their methods eventually made independence inevitable. This era effectively deinstitutionalized the American conscience. It taught believers that God could move through a circuit rider or a tent meeting as effectively as through a cathedral. The stage was now set for the next century, where theological disputes would turn this preference for independence into an intentional strategy for survival. As the 20th century dawned, the nature of non-denominationalism shifted from a byproduct of frontier pragmatism to a deliberate tool of theological protest. The fundamentalist modernist controversy of the 1920s acted as a centrifuge, spinning conservative believers out of established denominations toward a new, self-consciously autonomous identity. In this era, being independent was no longer just about local governance. It was a badge of doctrinal purity. The catalysts were often individual pastors at odds with their parent organizations. In 1920s Grand Rapids, Martin DeHaan took the dramatic step of converting Calvary Reformed Church. into the Calvary Undenominational Church. This transformation was not merely a name change, it signaled a rejection of compromised denominational identities. The fact that DeHaan's church immediately drew more than 2,000 attendees every Sunday demonstrated the massive scale at which the non-denominational model could operate. A similar trajectory occurred in Chicago, where William McCarroll withdrew his congregation from the congregational fold to establish the Cicero Bible Church. In 1930, he founded the Independent Fundamental Churches of America, creating a network that provided coordination without rigid oversight. This created a fascinating institutional paradox. The very movement that sought to escape denominations eventually began to develop its own structures to ensure sustainability. While the fundamentalist movement used non-denominationalism to protect orthodoxy, a parallel movement on the theological left used it to pursue a more inclusive vision. In New York City, John D. Rockefeller financed the construction of Riverside Church for Harry Emerson Fosdick, who insisted that the institution remain non-denominational. Riverside proved that the independent model could accommodate liberal theology and high church aesthetics just as effectively as it did the Bible church style. In the Midwest, this impulse manifested in the community church model. Roy Burkhart took over First Community Church in Ohio in 1935, building a 3,400-member congregation by emphasizing lay-led ministry. Burkhart's success was built on a suite of services that prioritized accessibility and local needs. Burkhart was convinced that these community-centered non-denominational churches were the wave of the future, and he actively worked to spread this model through professional associations. By the late 20th century, the trickle of non-denominationalism became a flood. The strategic de-emphasis of denominational labels transitioned from a theological statement into a cultural norm, fundamentally reshaping how American Protestants viewed their religious commitments. The statistical growth during this period was exponential. In 1990, approximately 200,000 Americans classified themselves as non-denominational. By 2009, that number had skyrocketed to over 8 million. This growth was inextricably linked to the rise of the megachurch. In 1970, only 10 evangelical churches in America saw more than 2,000 people on a Sunday. Today, over 700 churches average 3,600 members, with many of the largest identifying as non-denominational. This shift was often strategic. Even churches that remained part of a denomination frequently chose to downplay their heritage in their branding and websites. For many of these congregations, the denominational identity became effectively invisible to the average churchgoer. One significant result of this trend was the homogenization of American evangelicalism. As denominational distinctives were shelved, the look and feel of worship became remarkably consistent. Whether a church had roots in Presbyterian, Baptist, or Pentecostal traditions, historic patterns of theology and liturgy were often downplayed or entirely overlooked. This has led to a profound generational shift. As many as 70% of young evangelical adults report no denominational allegiance. Many young believers view theology as a superficial distraction from practical faith. This reflects a broader cultural tilt toward pragmatism, a preference for what works over what is historically grounded. By the time Willow Creek and similar movements began their ascent in the 1960s and 70s, the American public was already primed for this shift. Non-denominationalism was no longer an outlier. It was the beneficiary of a cultural preference for independent, consumer-friendly religious experiences. The shift toward non-denominationalism moved from a reactive stance to a proactive strategy. The removal of identifiers became a sophisticated marketing decision. Marketing experts and church growth consultants observed that denominational labels often acted as barriers to entry for the unchurched. Consequently, a new nomenclature emerged. Churches began adopting geographic or aspirational names: North Point, Crossroads, The Journey, or Life Church. This strategic camouflage allowed churches to present a fresh, accessible face to their communities, signaling a focus on relationship over religion. This rebranding was not merely cosmetic, it reflected a fundamental change in the how of church expansion. Success was now measured by the ability to connect with the immediate cultural context. For many modern seekers, the lack of a denominational tag suggests a lack of judgment. However, a byproduct has been a thinning of historical and theological memory. When a congregation stops identifying as Lutheran or Reformed, it often stops teaching the specific histories and confessions that define those traditions. This homogenization of evangelicalism means that while churches may be independent in name, they often look remarkably similar in practice across the globe. The voluntary decision of the individual now takes place within a digital landscape where the brand is often a charismatic lead pastor or a specific worship sound. As we look toward the future, non-denominationalism in America has reached a state of maturity that presents a fascinating paradox. The most independent churches are often the most interconnected. While they reject the denomination label, they are increasingly forming networks that function with high levels of efficiency and global reach. Movements like Acts 29, the Association of Related Churches, and the various streams of charismatic Christianity provide a new model for cooperation. These networks offer the benefits of a denomination, accountability, and church planting support, without the perceived stale bureaucracy. They allow local pastors to maintain their autonomy while tapping into a massive decentralized support system. The American non-denominational model is now one of the country's most successful religious exports. In the global South, the independent entrepreneurial church model is the fastest growing segment of Christianity. The liberty of action that defined the American frontier is now defining the urban centers of the developing world. The trajectory reveals a profound truth. Individual decision-making as foundation has proven to be the most resilient force in American religious life. By prioritizing personal choice and local adaptability over institutional preservation, non-denominationalism has managed to remain relevant through centuries of social upheaval. Ultimately, the rise of the independent church is the story of the American spirit applied to the divine. It is a story of how a people, freed from the constraints of state-mandated religion, chose to organize themselves around the why of their faith, continually tearing down old structures to build something they believe to be more authentic, more biblical, and more accessible to the next generation. While the labels may vanish, the impulse to gather freely, worship simply, and govern locally remains the enduring hallmark of the American spiritual experiment. The journey through the roots of American non-denominationalism invites a deeper reflection on how our current spiritual landscapes were formed by the grit and necessity of the frontier. To understand where we are going, we must consider the motives that originally drove believers away from the safety of the center and into the wild uncertainty of independence. Does the modern emphasis on local autonomy truly mirror the New Testament ancient order, or has it become a reflection of American individualism? In what ways does the absence of a denominational label change the way a community interacts with the broader global church? How can a church balance the voluntary principle of the individual with the biblical necessity for deep historical roots? Join us next week as we pivot from the independent spirit to the institutional legacy, discussing the rise, influence, and unique evolution of Anglicanism in America. To ensure you don't miss the next chapter, subscribe now to receive deep dive analysis and all upcoming deep dives into the history of the American church. The birth of Pentecostalism was not an accident of history, but a calculated rebellion against a silent heaven. At the dawn of the 20th century, a disparate group of believers grew weary of religion about God and began to hunger for an experience of God. By stitching together the radical holiness of the 1800s with an ancient apostolic expectation, they triggered a theological earthquake. They didn't just want to read the book of Acts, they wanted to live it. This is the story of how a search for a second blessing became a global revolution that shattered racial barriers and defied social norms, and insisted that the supernatural was not a memory of the past, but a mandate for the present. The emergence of Pentecostalism at the dawn of the 20th century stands as one of the most transformative phenomena in the landscape of modern Christendom. What began as a series of isolated, fervent prayers in America's heartland rapidly mutated into a spiritual juggernaut. By the final decade of the century, it had eclipsed many historic denominations to become the largest family of Protestantism worldwide. This narrative is not merely a chronicle of institutional growth, but a complex tapestry of theological hunger, radical social experimentation, and apostolic power. To comprehend the magnitude of this movement, one must look beyond the spectacular manifestations of glossolalia that defined its public image. At its core, Pentecostalism represented a visceral reaction against the perceived spiritual dryness of established religion, seeking instead a direct encounter with the divine. It was a movement born from the conviction that the latter rain of the Holy Spirit, the final outpouring of God's power, had finally arrived. The history of Pentecostalism is characterized by a persistent tension between its egalitarian ideals and the stubborn social realities of its time. Initially breaking through racial, gender, and denominational barriers, the movement eventually grappled with internal fractures and the pressures of institutionalization. Yet, its ability to find expression through diverse cultural lenses speaks to a fundamental shift in how the Christian faith is experienced and communicated. The theological architecture of Pentecostalism did not materialize in a vacuum. It was constructed using the intellectual and spiritual timber of 19th century revivalism. The primary catalyst was the doctrine of entire sanctification popularized by John Wesley, who posited that a believer could experience a distinct crisis of grace. His colleague, John Fletcher, reinterpreted this second work of grace as a baptism in the Holy Spirit, providing the nomenclature that future Pentecostals would adopt. By the mid-1800s, this established a two-crisis experience framework, mandating that the Christian life was a journey marked by definitive chronological milestones. While the Wesleyan stream emphasized heart purity, the Keswick Higher Life movement, supported by figures like D.L. Moody, viewed spirit baptism as power for service. The synthesis of these two streams created a potent hybrid that sought both personal holiness and supernatural efficacy. The influence of Edward Irving proved vital. He was among the first to suggest that spiritual gifts like prophecy and tongues were a permanent fixture of the church. Crucially, Irving pointed toward glossolalia as the standing sign of spirit baptism, providing the specific evidentiary link that would define the movement's identity. The immediate precursor was the theology of A.B. Simpson, who articulated a fourfold gospel presenting Christ as Savior, Sanctifier, Healer, and coming King. Pentecostalism adopted this template but added a fifth distinctive pillar, Christ as the Spirit baptizer, shifting the focus toward the active presence of the Holy Spirit. By the turn of the century, the theological dry brush was piled high, waiting only for a spark to ignite a movement that insisted on a personal Pentecost. The transition from a theoretical framework to a living movement occurred through local ignitions that eventually coalesced into a global firestorm. In late 1900, Parham prompted his students to engage in an exhaustive investigation of the Book of Acts to identify the specific biblical evidence. This pedagogical exercise was born from a desire to move beyond vague emotionalism into a verifiable apostolic experience. Upon the laying on of hands, Osmond began to speak in a language she had never learned, an event codified as the initial physical evidence. This provided the movement with its primary distinctive, the belief that speaking in tongues is the normative and necessary proof of a post-conversion encounter. While Topeka provided the theological spark, the Azusa Street revival in Los Angeles from 1906 to 1909 acted as the movement's primary engine. Led by William Joseph Seymour, the revival began as a humble cottage prayer meeting before moving to a dilapidated Methodist mission. Azusa Street was notable for supernatural intensity, featuring ecstatic manifestations, healings, and thousands claiming to have received the gift of tongues. In an era of Jim Crow laws, the revival was famously described as a place where the color line was washed away in the blood. The revival served as a spiritual hub from which evangelists and periodicals were dispatched across the continent and the globe. Parham visited the Azusa Street mission and was repulsed by the intermingling of races and the extreme manifestations of ecstasy he witnessed there. Despite this early opposition, the movement's growth was irrepressible. By the end of the decade, it had become an international phenomenon, crossing social, cultural, and racial boundaries with a speed that traditional institutional structures could not contain. The second decade of the movement saw a move towards structure necessitated by the practical realities of managing a burgeoning global community. This period was marked by a fundamental tension between the movement's spontaneous, eschatological nature and the functional requirements of long-term stability. Many groups formed only after being violently persecuted or expelled from their home churches, leaving them isolated and in need of mutual support. The Church of God in Christ, also known as COGIC, was incorporated in 1909 by Charles Harrison Mason, becoming the first official Pentecostal denomination. It served as a vital home for both black and white ministers during the movement's earliest years. Formed in 1914, the AG emerged largely from white pastors who felt the need for a more structured network of independent churches. The Pentecostal Holiness Church represented the merger of existing holiness denominations into the new Pentecostal fold. In 1914, a significant number of white ministers separated from the Church of God in Christ to form the Assemblies of God. This division was handled amicably, yet it signaled a retreat from racial unity as a core conviction of the movement. As these groups established Bible colleges and created bureaucratic layers, they began to resemble the very Protestant denominations they had once critiqued. The transitory nature of the movement was increasingly overshadowed by the administrative needs of a denomination intended to last. As the movement transitioned from a collection of revivals into established communities, a unique theological ecosystem emerged. This apostolic faith was not merely intellectual propositions, but a vibrant spirituality centered on the belief that the Holy Spirit could be encountered physically. The theological identity coalesced around the full gospel. While its roots lay in A.B. Simpson, Pentecostals highlighted 5 specific roles of Jesus Christ: Savior, providing the initial experience of new birth; Sanctifier, a focus inherited from the holiness movement, emphasizing a life of heart purity and love; Spirit Baptizer, the central pillar where Christ empowers the believer with supernatural courage and gifts; Healer, asserting that physical restoration is a present-day reality; Coming King, a deep conviction that Christ's return is imminent, creating an urgent motivation for mission. Glossolalia served 3 distinct purposes. Initial evidence functioned as a definitive assurance that an individual had received the baptism in the Holy Spirit. Within a congregational setting, it was understood as a divinely inspired message that required a corresponding interpretation to edify the group. In private or group prayer, it served as a heavenly language for intimate communication with God, circumventing the limitations of human speech. Pentecostals viewed themselves as living in the latter rain, the final outpouring of spiritual power before the end of the age. This was not merely about personal ecstasy, it was a charismatic empowerment for mission. Pentecostals believed their experiences were designed to grant them the boldness and holy affections necessary to witness to the world. Despite their shared experiences, the movement was far from a monolithic entity. The very intensity of their convictions led to significant internal fractures. The first major theological rift concerned the nature of holiness. Wesleyan Pentecostals maintained that sanctification was a second work of grace that must occur before the Spirit baptism. However, in 1910, William H. Durham introduced a finished work theology. He argued that sanctification was positionally completed at the moment of conversion. The resulting conflict between Durham and Seymour was fast and furious, leading to a permanent theological divide between Wesleyan roots and Reformed leanings. A second, even more radical dispute emerged in 1913 during a camp meeting in Arroyo Seco, California. A message delivered by R.E. McAllister sparked what became known as the New Issue. This movement, later called Oneness Pentecostalism, rejected traditional Trinitarian doctrine in favor of a Jesus-only modalism, leading to a painful separation in 1916. Perhaps the most significant transition was the loss of the movement's initial interracial character. As organizations sought stability, they mirrored the segregated reality of American culture. White ministers who had been licensed through the Church of God in Christ withdrew to form the Assemblies of God. The invitation was conspicuously withheld from African American congregations. While the division was described as amicable, the movement effectively dropped racial unity as a core conviction, leading to a century of segregated worship. By the 1940s, the raw ecstatic energy that characterized the early revivals had been largely channeled into formal denominational structures. This transition represented a move toward maturity and longevity, as Pentecostals realized that their eschatological movement was becoming a permanent fixture. To sustain their rapid growth, Pentecostal denominations shifted their focus toward establishing infrastructure, building Bible colleges to train a standardized clergy. Formalized systems replaced the spontaneous missionary trips of the early years, allowing for more strategic global expansion through missionary boards. Layer upon layer of administrative oversight was created to manage denominational assets and legal standing, prioritizing long-term stability over transitory revivalism. By the end of World War II, this process had distilled a confusing patchwork of smaller sects into three dominant powerhouses. As these groups consolidated, they often turned inward, focusing on strict moral codes to distinguish themselves from the world. A notable example occurred in the 1930s when the Pentecostal fire-baptized Holiness Church broke away over the necktie issue, a sinful compromise with worldly fashion. The most profound challenge was the widening chasm between Pentecostalism's egalitarian ideals and its social reality. Despite an ethos that theoretically empowered all, the movement's institutions became increasingly segregated and patriarchal. While the seed of equality remained in their theology, the practical reality was one of complicity in the racial and gender discrimination of the broader society. From the mid-20th century onward, Pentecostalism underwent a second metamorphosis, shedding its image as a fringe sect to become a significant religious movement. The most seismic shift occurred when Pentecostal experiences, specifically glossolalia and divine healing, began to surface within mainline denominations. This charismatic renewal brought the Pentecostal experience to Catholics, Episcopalians, and Lutherans who remained in their home churches. Modern scholarship recognizes that Pentecostalism was often a spontaneous combustion in multiple locations simultaneously, emerging independently of American influence. In Latin America particularly, the movement's oral focus on dreams and visions resonated deeply, allowing it to flourish where cerebral denominations had struggled. As the movement enters its second century, it remains a study in contrasts. Women still face significant barriers to full ministerial equality and ordination in many branches. The movement remains deeply marked by the same racial and ethnic segregation that took root during its institutionalization in the early 1900s. The story of Pentecostalism is an ongoing narrative of a longing for the kingdom, an inbreaking of the spirit that continues to transform individual lives. Does the desire for a direct, unmediated encounter with the divine resonate with your own spiritual journey? Reflect on how these foundations influence our search for meaning. How did the fervent search for apostolic power pave the way for the independent, modern megachurches we see on every corner? Join us next week as we trace this evolution. If you value deep dive analysis into the moments that shaped our faith, make sure to hit the subscribe button for Theology Today. Subscribe to Theology Today and turn on notifications to ensure you have a front row seat for our upcoming series and discussions.